Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Korea Seminar Day of the 56th ADB Annual Meeting. Before we begin today's session, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jessica Seung-hee Lee, and today I've been given the honor of being your MC for this very special occasion. Let me greet you all. Thank you very much. And I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Deputy Prime Minister Chu Kyung-ho of the Republic of Korea, the President Masatsugu Asakawa of the Asian Development Bank, thank you, and also the Chairperson Jung Hae-gu of the NRC, as well as all distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen for joining us today despite your busy schedules. Thank you very much for your attendance today. And before we begin the Korea Seminar Day in earnest, we'd like to introduce what this program is about. The Korea Seminar Day begins with a keynote session and consists of 4 sessions related to the main theme of our ADB annual meeting, which will be Rebounding Asia, Recover, Reconnect, and Reform. And this day is a series of sessions addressing current issues facing Asia and the Pacific, and Korea's experience and role with experts from member governments, the private sector, academia, and of course, international organizations. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your active participation and great interest until the very last moment of this program. Then without further ado, let us begin the Korea Seminar Day. First and foremost, please allow me to invite Deputy Prime Minister Chu Kyung-ho of the Republic of Korea for his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. ADB President Asakawa, KDI President Cho, NRC Chairman Chung, Professor Kramer, and distinguished guests. It's a great pleasure to meet you at our first in-person ADB annual meeting since the COVID pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, Asian economies have grown to 36% of global GDP over the past half-century, thanks to stable economic policies, greater regional cooperation, and globalization. Given this pace of growth, there is a growing optimism that Asia will rise as a mainstay of the global economy in the future. However, we are currently facing polycrisis risks. For overcoming these risks and making Asia rebound, I would like to propose strengthening 3 connectivities. First, we need to strengthen policy connectivity and coordination to address global uncertainty. Due to high inflation and recent banking instability, global uncertainty is now growing in both financial market and real economies. Thus, we should strengthen our supervision of vulnerable sectors through close communication and enhance regional financial cooperation, such as improving the effectiveness of regional financial safety net. Also, while promoting our fiscal soundness and structural reform, we should prevent the spread of economic crisis through preemptive and bold collective actions if necessary. Second, we need to strengthen trade connectivities to tackle geo-economic fragmentation. Asia is a global manufacturing and trade hub, so it is highly vulnerable to global economic fragmentation. The IMF also analyzed that the Asia-Pacific will suffer more losses from trade fragmentation than other regions. Thus, we should take the lead to curb the spread of protectionism and increase global trade. Also, we need to further upgrade our trade integration by expanding the regional supply chains to high value-added industries and high technology sectors. Third, we need to strengthen digital connectivity in response to digital innovation. The rapid development of digital technology will be a game changer that transforms the entire economy and society. Digital technology will be a new capital in the future. Countries that do not utilize digital technology will inevitably fall behind. Therefore, in order to share the benefits of digital innovation and reduce digital divide, we need to strengthen digital cooperation in developing capacity and fostering future talent. Distinguished guests, Korea is also making significant efforts to respond to the current challenges. We are seeking a new leap forward through digital transformation as a new growth engine and the structural reforms of labor, education, and pensions. Korea will actively contribute to the regional economic development and integration by sharing our policy achievements and development experiences. In particular, Korea will expand its ODA volume to the level of the world's top 10 donors and actively strengthen our cooperation for the development of the Asia-Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that this ADB annual meeting will be a momentum to strengthen three connectivities through each member's contribution, including Korea. I'm confident that if we continue to enhance our cooperation, we will overcome poly-crisis risks and leap forward to the great Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister Chu, for your meaningful words and the cooperation in this region. And thank you very much for your leadership and, of course, your support. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you. And now, it's my great honor and privilege to invite the President, Masatsugu Asakawa of the Asian Development Bank for his words of congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Colleagues and distinguished guests, welcome. Let me begin by thanking the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea and Chair of the ADB Board of Governors, Ki-ho Chu, and Korean government for hosting our ADB annual meeting this year here in Incheon. This is the third time Korea has hosted these meetings after Seoul in 1970 and Jeju in 2004. My friends, Korea is a dynamic and welcoming country with a vibrant culture. It is also a leader in global innovation in areas such as research, manufacturing, and technology. We will see examples of this in today's showcase, host country event, Korea Seminar Day. Today's event is an excellent platform to discuss how we can work together to help Asia and the Pacific to rebound, recover, reconnect, and reform. I am very grateful for your ideas, and I wish you a productive and enjoyable annual meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President, for gracing this seminar with your presence and, of course, that meaningful words. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause once again. Thank you. Next up, we're joined by the chairperson, Jung Hae-gu of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences for his welcoming remarks. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
I would like to deliver my message in Korean. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jung Hae-gu, chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, which is a think tank group for Korea's policy research. I am very happy to be holding the Korea Seminar Day on the first day of the ADB Annual Meeting. I'd like to extend my warm welcome to all of you from Korea and abroad for attending today's seminar. I would like to express my gratitude to Deputy Prime Minister Chu Kyung-ho for his opening speech, as well as President Masa of ADB for his congratulatory message, and President Cho Dong-cheol of KDI and Professor Kramer of the University of Chicago for their contribution. Thank you so much. At today's seminar day, we have many distinguished scholars and experts from home and abroad who will serve as presenters, discussants, and moderators. I'd like to thank them all. What we are going to have post the COVID-19 era will be very different from what we used to have before the pandemic for the following reasons. First of all, the effects of the pandemic on the global economy are very serious. Secondly, digital transformation is accelerating, and at the same time, we need to work hard to achieve carbon neutrality to respond to climate crisis. Third, there are many geopolitical tensions post-pandemic that are leading to a Cold War or de-globalization, which means that there are fundamental changes in the global order. So what we are witnessing right now in the post-pandemic era can be called as grand transformation. Against this backdrop, it is critical and urgent and important for the Asia-Pacific region to discuss how to address these multiple issues. The theme of the 56th ADB Annual Meeting is Rebounding Asia, Recover, Reconnect, and Reform. And this theme reflects the urgency of the responses that we need to come up with right now. It means that the Asian Pacific countries are gathered here in this new context to deepen economic cooperation, which had been affected by the pandemic, so that we can promote co-development and prosperity for the brighter future of the region. That is the basic purpose of this year's annual meeting. I believe that there may be many challenges ahead of us as we try to achieve rebounding in Asia through recovery, reconnection, and reform. In the short term, we need to respond to global supply chain disruptions and at the same time stabilize our economies in responding to complex crises including high inflation, high interest rate, and high exchange rates. And at the same time, we need to ensure that regional conflicts and security tensions will not become more serious. And at the same time, we need to build a foundation for co-prosperity by reducing gaps between countries in the region in the medium to long term. Korea is a founding member of the ADB, which was established in 1966 for the purpose of providing economic development assistance and support for developing countries in the region and promoting economic growth and cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. And Korea is the only country which used to be a donation recipient to a donor country. And I believe that Korea can serve as a global pivotal state in the region by sharing its own development experiences. For the past couple of years, because of the pandemic, we had to have the annual meetings either virtually or in a hybrid format. But now we are seeing the end of the pandemic, so finally we can meet in person at this 56th annual meeting of the ADB. So it is very significant and meaningful, and I hope that all the participants will gather here in Seongdo, Incheon, to develop new plans for the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Chung, for that warm words. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of our opening ceremony. But before we start the keynote discussion, we would like to have a photo session with our esteemed delegates and distinguished guests. And we will divide into 2 rounds of photo. First photo shoot will be joined by the Deputy Prime Minister Chu Kyung-ho of the Republic of Korea and the ADB President, Mr. Masatsugu Asakawa. Please come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them once again with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Since this is our first meeting at the annual meeting, so we like to commemorate this special occasion with our distinguished guests, Deputy Prime Minister Chu and President Asakawa. Please look at the camera. Please make a big smile. Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause. Thank you. And now we would like to welcome our distinguished panelists and moderators. Please come up to the stage. And Chairperson Chung, also please come up to the stage. Thank you very much for joining us today. This will be our last photo shoot with our esteemed guests. Thank you. So this will be our last photo shoot with our distinguished guests for joining us today and gracing this Korea Seminar Day. Now, please look at the camera. Please make a big smile. Thank you. And the last photo shoot will be with a big round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen on the stage, let's give a big round of applause to each other. Please look at the camera. This will be our last photo shoot. Thank you very much. And now please return to your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of our opening ceremony of the Korea Seminar Day of the ADB Annual Meeting. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon begin keynote session, so please remain seated. Without having a break, we'd like to commence the keynote session. And before we go into keynote session and sessions prepared for you today, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude once again to the Deputy Prime Minister and of course the President of ADB. Thank you very much. And once again, please be seated. We'll soon begin the keynote session. And this session will be a format of a discussion and conversation between 2 esteemed speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we will have this keynote session and session 1. And then this wraps up the morning sessions, and the lunch will be provided to your seats here at the venue. So please stick to us until the very end. Once the table is seated, we'd like to welcome our keynote speakers onto the stage. So our speakers for session, please come up to the stage and please be seated. As I mentioned earlier, this will be a format of a conversation. And this time, we would like to have in-depth discussion on the main theme of our meeting. So ladies and gentlemen, please look forward to it. Yes, we are ready to welcome our speakers. Now, I have an honor to introduce our speakers. This session will be a discussion between Professor Michael Kramer of the University of Chicago, also a Nobel laureate in economics who changed the paradigm of developed economics. And as you can see on the stage, we're also joined by President Cho Dong-chul of KDI. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Now you may have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Dong-chul Cho, President of Korea Development Institute, and it is my great honor to be able to have a little chat with the Nobel Prize winner, Mike Kramer. Mike Kramer, as you know, started his career in the early 1990s when I did myself, but his vita is more than 3 times longer than mine. And far more important than just the quantity of research is quality. Professor Kramer made the outstanding achievements not only in development economics, but also in poverty, health, and education, almost every area in economics. So the Nobel Prize seems to have been a natural result of his research. Among them, there is a O-ring theory, so-called, right, which is still widely used in development economics. This O-ring theory made the young economist by then, Professor Kramer, very famous as soon as it was published in 1993. Based on the complementarities of various texts, the O-ring theory explains very convincingly why underdeveloped countries remain in poverty and how they can take off through opportunities such as big push. And I think one of the representative examples of such a success case is Korea. I'm not sure whether you agree with that or not, but I would like to hear your word on it. And in light of your theory and actual cases, what advices would you like to give to many policymakers here with us today in the countries that are still stuck in the vicious cycle of poverty?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be back here and in Korea, and to be back with the KDI and KDI Institute, which I've had the great pleasure of interacting with in the past. So the basic idea of the O-ring theory is that to be successful in production, there are many different tasks. And in many production processes, unless they're all done well, the result can be a valueless product, or in some cases, an actual disaster. And in fact, perhaps when I wrote this, everything was fresh in people's minds, but at this point, maybe I better explain where the name came from. So in 1986, the US launched a space shuttle, the Challenger, and there was a disaster. It blew up shortly after it took off. And there was a question about why did it blow up? And there was an investigation, and Richard Feynman, the famous physicist, was part of the commission. And he found that there was a very small part, an O-ring, which basically, it's a very small part that helps seal 2 pieces of metal together. And that failed, and that caused the entire rocket to explode with a fatal disaster. Now, that's obviously an extreme case, but I think there are many cases, as anybody who's worked on manufacturing, or even something like organizing a conference. A single thing can go wrong, and that can be a bit of a disaster. Actually, another thing I'd worked on when I was very young, organized a training session in rural Kenya for a bunch of people. And at the last minute, I realized we didn't have supplies of toilet paper, and had to go out and order the toilet paper. But that also made me realize, small details can be very important. Okay. So we worked out a bunch of implications of that type of production function for development economics, for labor economics. And the idea is this is a situation where you can't just substitute quantity for quality. You need high quality work, and that requires people with lots of human capital, lots of skill. And you know, that has a few implications. One is that it makes sense to invest in human capital. And certainly Korea has been very successful in investing in human capital, and in fact has, you know, some of the highest education levels in the world, not just accumulation of years of education, but actually learning levels. So that's, I think, one way in which some of the successes of Korea could be thought of through this lens. And the other is, you know, it's hard to get everything working together when you're trying to produce anything. So if you find some areas where you're succeeding, it makes sense to take advantage of those, and then maybe import in areas where you're not as successful. So Korea's approach of exporting heavily in areas where it was successful and taking some time to figure out what those areas were and being willing to adjust and be flexible to find what was successful, and then importing in other areas, I think that was arguably, I'm not an expert on the Korean economy, so I'd love your opinion, but that might be another example of how the O-ring theory might relate to Korea's successes. You know, you asked about implications going forward. I think globalization and digital tools might offer the opportunity for countries to substitute in areas where they might not be as strong. So, you know, another example might be, you know, the manufacturing could be very good, the product design could be good, but, you know, if the accounting isn't working, the company could go bankrupt. Well, it might now be possible to obtain accounting services in part digitally. That's an example of a way that digitalization may be offering new opportunities. And, you know, as the Deputy Prime Minister emphasized, connectivity and digital tools may be very important going forward there.
Thank you very much. You know, talking about the O-ring theory, where small parts may make things critically, it reminds me of what is going on these days in the global economy, so-called the supply chain disruptions.
Right.
So would you possibly elaborate you know, possible implication of this O-ring theory on the supply chain?
Yeah, thanks very much. I think I think there have been some supply chain disruptions. Now, many of them are now getting partially addressed. One area that I worked on where supply chain disruptions were very important was during the COVID pandemic. And you know, here there were initial supply chain disruptions that were in fact aggravated by nationalistic moves made by certain countries. You know, there was countries when there was a shortage of vaccines, you know, there were very strong political pressures, you know, domestic political pressures, and domestic political pressures that I don't think can be just simply addressed to, you know, extreme nationalistic politicians, but that I think any democratically elected politician is going to be subject to serve the domestic population first. And we saw the same thing with the food shortages and the food price spike. In those circumstances, you know, countries are going to put on export controls. They might do things like hoard vaccines. You know, we in the international community, we do and we should be calling on countries to try and have a broader view. But I also think we need to recognize there are limits to what those type of moral appeals can do. And so I think for certain crimes, particularly pandemic, maybe for some other potential urgencies, you know, to put this in the terms of game theory, you know, we can complain about or play the fundamental change, and that's the incentives of political leaders. And there's actually a very simple step that we can take now, that we have the advantage when we're between pandemics, because I think we shouldn't think of this as after the pandemic. We should think about it as the window between the last pandemic and the next pandemic when we can act. And I think the secret, the key step is going to be to put globally, through a combination of national actions and global actions, to put more manufacturing capacity in place, even if we need to keep it as standby capacity and leave it, the world built a lot of vaccine capacity during COVID. Rather than shut that down, dismantle it, we should keep some of that on standby for the next time we need it. Now that's going to be expensive. It costs money it's not just the factory, it's all the workers and the people, so you can ramp up production. But I was on a global commission looking at this issue, and I think one of the key steps that's most important, and it's actually, it costs money, but it's actually very inexpensive relative to the costs we would incur in the next pandemic, is to keep that extra capacity in place. And obviously, individual companies, when they're thinking about their own supply chain, I would say, don't just think that by bringing it home you solve all the problems. Rather, make it robust by building in at least some capacity for redundancy.
Thank you. I just feel like from your talk, I can easily feel like how humanitarian you are, rather than being a dry and cold-blooded economist. And you didn't stop exploring our ring theory. You continue to look at the human side of the economy. And for that, you made the important contributions to healthy economics, which you a little bit alluded already. And for that part, I remember you emphasizing the role of government in vaccine development, so-called the advanced market commitment. Initially, these studies, as far as I know, focused on pneumonia and AIDS problems in Africa, but they received much more attention due to the outbreak of a pandemic called the COVID-19. I know this is not the last one, right? As you emphasized. How would you assess the COVID-19 responses that each country has taken over the past 3 years, and what do we need to prepare for a future pandemic?
Well, I think the first thing to recognize about the COVID pandemic is that the enormous costs of a pandemic like that, both the costs in human lives and the economic cost, mean that we need to depart from business as usual practices. Economists, and I would include myself on this, we're often trying to save money and design things to be as efficient as possible and as inexpensive as possible. And I think that makes a lot of sense in general. But when you see something like the COVID pandemic, you don't want to be penny-wise foolish, as I guess the expression has it. An estimate that they had was that the COVID pandemic was costing $500 billion, and that on top of the loss in lives. Now, that was probably an underestimate. There's more sophisticated estimates that put it much, much larger. But in a situation where the world economy is losing $500 billion every month, saying that we want to try to write the contracts with the vaccine manufacturers to be, we want to bargain carefully, and we want to try and cut the price from $20 a dose to $18 a dose. That's probably not where you want to be. So if I think about, and in particular, the way vaccine manufacturers typically work is they first test the vaccine before building full-scale manufacturing capacity. But it takes time to build full-scale manufacturing capacity. So in this case, it actually makes complete economic sense to say, even if once you have the vaccine that you want to test, even if there's only a modest chance it will work, go ahead and build the plant right now. And while you're waiting, if it doesn't work, okay, you've spent maybe a few $100 million on building the plant that can't be used or has to be redeployed. If you succeed, you're saving something that could be $500 billion by advancing this 1 month. So which countries did that? Well, on the one hand, the US did that with Operation Warp Speed. My understanding is the US spent $13 billion on that. We estimate that if that advanced the end of the pandemic by just 1 day, that would have paid itself in the US. The UK did something very similar. But one thing I want to emphasize is this doesn't just have to be the large countries with their own domestic vaccine industries. It can also be UAE, United Arab Emirates, and Israel. They both got vaccines very quickly. How did they do that? Well, they wrote the contract very quickly and signed the contract with the vaccine manufacturers, and the vaccine manufacturers honored that contract. The EU tended to bargain and trying to get a better price, and that turned out to be probably a mistake. And unfortunately, much of the developing world was represented by institutions like Gavi, and they were constrained by both by some bureaucratic requirements that was imposed on them by the international system, and by a lack of money. And I think one thing is, it's going to be important to free everything up so we can act much more quickly, and there aren't those constraints that say, oh, you can't pay until the vaccine's fully developed. Let me say a little bit about Korea. I'll just say some other countries that relied entirely domestically. So the US benefited in part from a vaccine that was a collaboration between a US company and a German company. And the original biotech firm which developed this was created by Turkish immigrants to Germany. So that's an example of how, any one vaccine, we didn't know which vaccine approach would work. There were many approaches out there. We were lucky in that many of them wound up working, but some were more effective than others. So Australia, tried a domestic technology, and they put their bets on that. That didn't work out. And that left Australia very vulnerable once their isolation broke down. And then China produced domestic vaccines, but it turned out that the particular approach they were using didn't work as well as the mRNA technology, and that hurt China. And I don't think this was, this wasn't a. It could just as easily have been that the US mRNA approach didn't work and the Chinese approach did. We didn't know. The US got lucky. I think the lesson for countries going forward is to really try to have a diverse set of potential supply rather than to think, oh, our own country's going to do it. Obviously, Korea can develop and has a vaccine industry, and I think that's great for Korea. So my understanding, and others can correct me, is that Korea did very well with non-pharmaceutical interventions, and that was great for a while. But then when that started to break down, then it had to vaccinate very quickly, and it managed to get the vaccines quickly. But ideally, it would have vaccinated even earlier. And so I think the world has a lot to learn from Korea's approach to NPIs. And as we go forward, we need to think about a range of different approaches. Happy to talk about advanced market commitments. I didn't really talk about that, but I thought I'd talk about COVID.
You said that you didn't really explain about the advanced market commitment process yet, right? Could you elaborate a little bit and how you emphasize that the past pandemic is not the last pandemic, so we should keep preparing ourselves for the next possibility. So how this AMC can be related to this preparation for the future possibility? So
thanks very much. Yes, epidemiologists have have estimated, based on the historical record, we have a record of pandemics in the world, the Black Death, the flu in World War I, the HIV pandemic, and the estimate based on the historical record, plus some thinking about how situations are changing, there may actually be, the arrival may be speeding up. It's estimated at 2% a year. And if you multiply a 2% chance per year times the cost of a global pandemic, the estimated loss per year is $800 billion. I'm not saying we would lose $800 billion if we have a pandemic. We'd lose much more. But the estimated cost per year might well be $800 billion. So investments are definitely worthwhile. So the AMC approach. So this is an approach of, because the market, during a pandemic, there's restrictions on pricing of vaccines and other things, and that's, perhaps as it should be. But in that situation, firms are not going to invest enough. The profit incentives are not commensurate with the social needs. And in a situation where they're not commensurate, then it makes sense for governments, and now is the time to do it when we're between pandemics, to create incentives, other incentives for companies to develop this. So, how could that be done? And obviously we don't know what the next pandemic will be, but we should be creating incentives to prepare for a variety of pandemics. That could be a universal COVID vaccine, it could be a universal flu vaccine, it could be things like air filter systems or ultraviolet light systems that can kill germs. I think the idea would be to commit in advance that even if we don't have the next pandemic, that there would be a commitment, a financial commitment, that if successful products were developed and tested, then and met certain criteria, there'd be a commitment to pay and to pay generously for production of enough production capacity to be put in place, and obviously the contract has to be designed well so that the production capacity actually works, so that if we need it, it would be available to the world.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you are not a typical economist in the sense that you actually went out to wildlife to do your own research instead of staying in a clean and nice office in Ivory Tower. You are very famous for leading the so-called field experiments. You stayed in Kenya for several years to actually feel what the life is in those countries, not only in Kenya, but also in many other developing countries. You did field experiments yourself, pursuing so-called truly real-life economics. What did you like? What was your most memorable field experiment experience? And in light of your experience, is there any advice you'd like to give to scholars or government officials here with us who are, blamed for formulating policies only in libraries or desks?
Yes. So, I think one of the things that I learned when I was living in Kenya, but that is constantly reinforced by field experiments, and it's not just my own experience. I think many people, many researchers have this experience, and I wish, more policymakers would also have this experience, is that we can have very strong opinions about things that are going to work or not going to work based on very understandable logic, and then often when you do a field experiment, you find out that the original theory was wrong. And we know that those of us who work in international development, we know that there have been a lot of failures in international development. There have also been some really huge successes. And I think we could make policies we can make scholarship more effective, we can make policies more effective if we can direct the funds that are available to the things that are actually working rather than those that aren't, or understand better why things that aren't working, and then try to redesign them. And so really the idea of the experimental approach is to try on the ground, to try one approach, try another approach. We're just talking about COVID vaccines. How are they tested? They're tested in an experimental approach with a randomized trial. And what we found is that that approach can be very effective in development economics as well. That's what Esther Duflo and Abhijit Banerjee and I were awarded the Nobel Prize for. So you asked for an example. So, one of the biggest killers of children worldwide is diarrhea. It doesn't kill children in high-income countries, but it does in low-income countries where they can't get the medical care they need. And one of the biggest contributors to diarrhea is unsafe water, unclean water, water that's basically contaminated with, due to fecal contamination, actually. So, one approach that a lot of donors have put a lot of money into, and I'm not saying they shouldn't put money into it, and that I thought would be effective, was trying to clean up the water source, the well, the spring. And we tested an approach like that, and I was expecting that it would be successful, and in fact it was partially successful. So what we found was that there was a 2/3 reduction in contamination at the water source. But because I'd worked in Kenya and was familiar with the context, I thought we should also check in the household as well. Now, in Kenya, people, this is a place where people didn't have water sources at their home. They have to go walk and carry the water and bring it back home. Then it's hot, so you put it in a big clay pot, which helps keep it cool. Okay? Now, imagine there's a 4-year-old in the house, or a 3-year-old, and they want a drink of water. Well, what do? They go to the clay pot, and they scoop some out, like that. Okay? The hand can get in the water. If this is a 3-year-old, their hands might be dirty. Then the water gets contaminated. So what we found was, we tested the water in the pot at home, or we asked for a sample of water. And we saw, although there was a 2/3 reduction in contamination at the source, there was only about a 1/4 reduction in contamination in the pot. Now, what can you do about this? Well, in high-income countries, our water is treated with chlorine and some other treatment. That kills the germs, and it protects for 48 to 72 hours because some chlorine stays there. So, one of the things and that I think suggests other ways to address things that can be very inexpensive, don't require as much physical investment, and that are, I don't want to claim these are a complete substitute, but are actually very cheap. So a bottle of bleach that you would use to clean clothes, that has enough chlorine in it to treat 70,000 liters of water. I wouldn't recommend using bleach, but in an emergency you could do that. So one thing that can be done is to package that for treating water. You have to control the chlorine levels more carefully, and that's very inexpensive, 20 or 30 cents for a month's supply. So imagine that when mothers with young children are visiting the clinic, they could be given that dilute chlorine solution. That could have a tremendous impact on child survival. Or to give another example, the Prime Minister of India announced a very big program to bring piped water to everybody's houses. So they're going to reach hundreds of millions of additional people this way. Well, if it's possible to introduce a small device on the pipe to chlorinate the water, then they could be saving, we estimate, more than 100,000 lives every year. And luckily, the government of India, I think it's an excellent part of the government that's implementing this program with very talented civil servants. And they're, in fact, trying to figure out how to make sure that not only do they deliver water, but the water is safe. So this is an example of, I think, of both why being on the ground and trying things and testing things is important, and then being able to adapt the strategy and of the ultimate impact that can have.
Right. One of the most frequently encountered criticisms as a policy advisor is that your idea may work in theory, but not in the field, right? But you have been showing off your theoretical argument can actually work in the field. And in that regard, the Korean economy itself is kind of a field experiment in the 1960s and 1970s nationwide. And we made a great success. And in that area, I would call the whole Korean economy was like a venture country as opposed to a venture company. And after we grew a lot since the 2000s, we have been now serving as a kind of mentor country to transfer our success experience to junior venture countries through the knowledge sharing program. You may heard of knowledge sharing program, which is mainly carried out by the Korean Development Institute, where I'm serving for, under the Korean government initiatives. And in relation to that, you recently established a kind of venture capital called the Development Innovation Ventures under the USAID program in order to more actively reflect your academic achievements in reality and promote the effective policy programs related to economic development. Based on your experience and based on your knowledge about the Korean economic development, is there any advice you would like to give us to deliver our experience more effectively to other aspiring developing countries?
Yes, I think Korea is perhaps one of the most relevant experiences to current developing countries, because Korea developed recently and it developed so rapidly. There must be a huge amount countries can learn, and I've had the opportunity to learn a little bit about the knowledge sharing program, which seems like a wonderful program. Let me give an example of something that I understand that is currently happening. So Korea, my understanding, and tell me if I've got this wrong, is in the 1970s, Korea had a program where there were grants to villages, and then the leaders of the village could decide how to spend that on different types of infrastructure. Now, that's the type of, many currently low and middle income countries have been very centralized, but they've moved towards decentralization. And understanding whether that, my understanding is that KDI is working with countries to try that type of program. And I think that's likely to be very helpful. And there's some evidence of similar programs, but it would be good to learn from the details of the Korean experience. I would say that it's going to be important to complement that with testing, with potential adaptation to other countries' situations or to the current situation. For example, maybe I mentioned accounting before. Maybe it's possible to do more of the accounting now digitally, which it wasn't in the 1970s. Maybe that's a terrible idea, but I think testing this out, because so many, as I've said, in my case, often theories that I really believed would work, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So I think trying to do some rigorous testing with the experimental method, with randomized trials, and also what I would call A/B testing, which is, even if the basic idea is there, there's room for optimization by, I mentioned this accounting, I'm sure there are 20 other ways that you could try different ways of implementing and see what seems to be most successful. One other thing that I would note is that I think this experimental approach can be useful not just in, it's not just historically and not just in a low or middle income context, it can be useful today. One example that I know that the city of Seoul is trying a basic income experiment. Now, And that basic income experiment is designed a little bit differently than some other basic income experiments, which is normal and understandable because Seoul will have particular features that it will want. For example, I was talking to some researchers who are working on this, and there's income thresholds or the asset thresholds based on, do you own an automobile, do you not own an automobile? Well, I don't know whether this is going to be a good program or not a good program. I don't know enough about Korea and so on. But what I think is wonderful is that Korea Seoul, the government of Seoul, is trying to test this out. They're doing a randomized controlled trial, so they'll be able to understand the impact of that. And then once that impact is understood, that can inform future policy. One thing you asked about the venture capital. So I've helped set up and lead a program in USAID called Development Innovation Ventures, which does this. We sort of fund pilots of new ideas, rigorous testing of them, and then they can be scaled up depending on the results. And we recently had our 10-year anniversary, and we found that every dollar that was spent on this program led to $17 of social benefits. Some of the programs didn't succeed, that's fine, but the ones that succeeded were able to grow and attract new investment. And that's why, if you think on a portfolio basis, that's why we were able to get, just with our top few successes, we got $17 of benefits not for every dollar spent on those, but for every dollar spent through the whole portfolio. So I think that type of approach can be very useful for many countries.
Yeah, that is exactly how venture capital is working, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I regret to tell you that the time is limited. I wish I could continue this conversation overnight, but obviously that is not the case. So we have to wrap up. Before wrapping up, is there anything you would like to tell us? You recently mentioned about the immigration policy to cope with the rapid aging problems, not only in Korea, but also in many other countries.
Yes, this is, I realize this is can be a politically controversial area, but, in Korea, there's very low birth rate, there's low female labor force participation. This creates a big challenge for the economy. And obviously, addressing that requires a comprehensive set of policies, including improving child care to try to allow women to both work and to have children. But I will highlight one particular element that's been adopted by many countries, and that's to allow some immigration. Now, obviously, that's politically controversial, but I personally think that there's a role for that, and it can help address these types of issues. If it's not possible to do full-scale immigration, there's one particular type of immigration that I think doesn't raise a lot of concerns about crime or about cultural change, and that can actually, I think, reduce inequality domestically. And this is something that has been done by Hong Kong, by Singapore, by some other countries around the world, including in Israel and in the Middle East. And that's to allow immigration of specific types of workers, in particular people who can help care for the elderly and provide health care, and people who can help care for children at home. And this could potentially, and so there are a lot of people, for example, from the Philippines working in Hong Kong or I believe Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore all have these programs. I should check. But that can both allow potentially greater fertility, but can allow highly educated women who could be very important contributors to the labor force to be working more. And I think it's worth exploring that type of program. I know Korea is also, obviously you have to have protections in place to avoid exploitation. And I think a key thing is structuring the visas so that people can choose among a variety of employers rather than being tied to one employer.
Thank you very much. I think this is going to be it for today, and we should blame it on the clock.
Okay.
Right? And I wish you could continue to provide great ideas to policymakers as well as ordinary people to make our world a much better place to live in. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
Let's give a big round of applause to our two esteemed speakers. Thank you very much for that discussion. Professor Kramer and President Cho, thank you once again for conducting this enlightening discussion. And it was a fruitful time that we can have and share current issues in this region and also to find out the right direction that we should go together. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. And now, without having any break, we would like to have our first session. And as we mentioned before, today we have prepared 4 sessions aligned with the theme of the 56th ADB Annual Meeting, which is Recover, Reconnect, and Reform. So ladies and gentlemen, please stick to us until the very end of the session 1. After having this session, we'd like to have lunch here at the same venue. And once you take your seats, and please be seated. We would like to serve our lunch to your seats. And before we go into this first session, we would like to introduce what our sessions are about. So today, we would like to have some discussions and presentations to showcase the experience of Korea and also to share issues facing Asia and the Pacific. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to arrange the setting on the stage. Once we have tables and seats ready for our panelists, we would like to welcome our panelists and a moderator for session 1. And this session 1, will be under the theme of post-pandemic economic challenges and policy redesign in Asia in relation to the first R, which was recover. So after having this theme, Recover, we'd like to have our second session on Reconnect and a third and fourth session on Reform. So that will be our 3 themes, which will be, once again, Recover, Reconnect, and Reform. We hope all of you can be with us until the very last moment of our journey today and have a very meaningful and fruitful time. We are almost ready to welcome our presenters and the moderator. And in this session, we will have our moderator, Professor Lee Jong-hwa from Korea University. Once they come up to the stage and take their seats, we'd like to welcome them once again. So our moderator and panelists, please come up to the stage and please take your seats. Thank you. This will be our first session. Once again, it will be under the theme of Recover, post-pandemic economic challenges and policy redesign in Asia in relation to the first R of this 56th ADB Annual Meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are almost ready to start the session. And throughout the sessions, we'll provide a simultaneous interpretation service as well. For those who need any translation service, once again, channel 1 will be for Korean, and channel 2 will be for English. And in this session, we will have a Q&A session as well at the end of the session. So those who have any questions or comments that you want to share with our participants, please have them in mind and please use the Q&A session, and we like to ask for your active participation. Once you raise your hand, we like to pass over the microphone at the end of the session. So now, we're about to start session 1. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by distinguished panelists and a moderator. And this time, it will be chaired by Professor Lee Jong-hwa of Korea University, who is also the former ADB chief economist. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this host country event, Korea Seminar Day at the ADB's 56th annual meeting. I'm Jong-ha Lee. This is my privilege and honor to moderate this first session on recover post-pandemic economic challenges and policy redesign in Asia. In this session, we will have a discussion to analyze economic situations and risk factors in the region and to identify effective policies for economic recovery and sustainable development in the emerging economies in Asia. So we have brought together distinguished experts from China, Japan, Korea, and Thailand. So let me first introduce the speakers. The first speaker is Yasuyuki Sawada. He's next to me, and who is a professor at Tokyo University, and he was former ADB chief economist. Please welcome him with big applause. And following his presentation, we'll have the three panelists. The first panelist is Dr. Dae-hee Chung. He's a senior director, Department of Macroeconomics and Financial Policies, KDI, Korea. Please welcome him. Yeah. The second panelist is the Young-Hong Tu. She's a professor at School of Finance at Renmin University in China. Please welcome her. The third panelist is Achaya Watamdi, former deputy governor at the Bank of Thailand. Please welcome her with big applause. So the first speaker will have about 20 minutes to make presentations, and then each panelist will have 8 to 10 minutes for discussions, and then we'll have some round of the discussions, and then we'll open the floor at the end. So let me invite our first speaker. Yes, you have 20 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jung-hwa, for a warm introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good day. It's my great honor to speak on the Korea Seminar Day in this very exciting and prestigious session number 1, entitled Post-Pandemic Economic Challenges and Policy Redesign in Asia, hosted by Korea Development Institute, KDI. I really thank organizers, KDI, for having me at this very important session. So let me start my presentation. So in order to facilitate our session discussion, I'd like to postulate 3 issues very briefly. Number 1, listed here, I will summarize strong rebound of Asian economies. Number 2, multiple short-run risks as well as the long-run challenges. So 3 issues I'm going to discuss briefly. So this is a hybrid meeting we are attending, and many of us are joining here in Korea face-to-face. It looks the end of the pandemic is more or less achieved in Asia and also globally. I show here a number of COVID cases changed, people's mobility trends, visitor arrivals, and the business performance indicators. Down right is Purchasing Manager Index. All these charts shows the pandemic is ending, especially after the reopening of People's Republic of China a few years ago. Then we can envision the bright economic prospect for Asia. Asian growth will be 4.8% both this year and next year, according to ADB's latest Asian Development Outlook just released last month. Having this said, there are multiple challenges. Short-run risks here I'd like to discuss. 3 sources of immediate uncertainty to Asian economy. Number 1, tightening monetary policies in the US and Eurozone. Number 2, Russian invasion of Ukraine and inflation pressure. And number 3, potential banking turmoil in the US and Europe. In order to counteract the negative immediate COVID impacts, governments were responding with massive policy packages. ADB COVID-19 policy database has tracked the large-scale policy packages of ADB members. As we can see, within developing Asia, during the very first year of the pandemic, policy packages worth more than 3.6 trillion, or more than 15% of regional GDP. Government health and income support, showing the light blue part in this chart, accounted for more than half of the region's policy response. Accordingly, it's natural to observe fiscal deficits and debts are now much higher than the pre-pandemic situation, even comparing in 2009, when Asia, already affected by the global financial crisis, deficits and debt levels are right now much higher. And right chart, China showing, and also other large Asian countries, are no exceptions. This looming trend of public debt and indispensable fiscal consolidation coming narrow the macroeconomic policy space for Asian countries, as well as non-Asian countries. Under this situation, monetary tightening has continued in advanced economies. The pace seems to be slowing this year, but the trend in the global north would have caused the Asian region's financial instability to some extent, capital outflows, exchange depreciations, softened right now, but these things affecting the monetary positions of the whole Asian region. Relatedly, turning to the price movement, last year, spiking commodity prices contributed to a rising inflation following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, not to mention. While earlier this year, global energy and food prices declined, with the easing of supply disruptions, and possible escalation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine could result in a renewed surge in commodity prices. So this is the big short-run risk. Core inflation still remains elevated, but the good news is that inflation is projected to moderate this year and the next year for Asia. Yet, in order to, however, in a broader perspective, the recent banking turmoil in Europe and the United States is an indication that financial stability risks have heightened potentially. Actually, ADB did a recent study, takes a scenario in which bank lending standards tightened at about half the scale observed during the global financial crisis. Under this scenario, sizable impact could be generated, slowing a total 1 percentage point growth in China this year, next, and other Asian country may slowing down growth by a half percentage point if bank lending standards tightened, about half the scale of a global financial crisis. So, having seen short-run issues, let me move on to the third topic of today, long-run challenges. Here, I'd like to discuss the 4 issues. First, universal health coverage for the aging population. Secondly, inclusion, sustainability, and resilience. Number 3, innovation-based growth, how to continue. And number 4, financing the recovery and sustainability. So as we all aware, Asian countries are aging quite rapidly and actually at exceptional speed. The left chart shows the speed of getting higher proportion of 65 years old and above. Asia's aging trajectory is much steeper than the past experience of developed countries. Right chart shows the turning point of the relative size of below 14 years old and above 65 years old. Japan already passed this turning point in year 1997. Japan used to be a front runner of this super aging trend, but now we face a very much worrisome situation where Korea and China total fertility rate TFR are even lower than that of Japan. So aging is really a big issue. But among the different issues arising from aging, I think critical one is most Asian countries are not necessarily ready to protect old age population and livelihood. We can use a national transfer account, NTA data, to draw a life cycle income and consumption profile, as we can see from the left chart. Sorry that this is very small. Unlike Japan, Germany, Sweden, shown on the top row, there is a downward tendency of age consumption profile in Asian economies, indicating a binding constraints of financing old age consumption across Asia. The right chart shows how people finance the consumption and age profile. Top middle is Japan, showing a self-financing, showing in the dark blue part, and public transfers, showing the light blue part, play a very important role above age 60 and 65. But in other Asian countries, light blue part is slim, meaning that under development of public schemes to support old age life. A serious lack of public old age insurance is a big challenge to many Asian countries, as we can see from this chart. Turning to a broader issue of inclusion, before the pandemic, we already observed a continued reduction in poverty across Asia, but the large economies in developing Asia, shown here, such as PRC, India, Indonesia, revealed an increase in inequality over the last 2 decades. Generally speaking, there are 3 elements behind this trend. Number 1, technological progress and digitalization, widening inequality. Secondly, inequality across the space, rural versus urban, widened in Asia. Number 3, globalization and market-oriented reform really created many new opportunities and economic gains, but at the same time, these fueled inequalization of income. Talking about issues around diversity and inclusion, and inequality, gender gap is still serious in Asia. Despite the progress in empowering women across the board in Asia, for example, more than half of the women in developing Asia remain in vulnerable jobs, such as street vendors. So this is an issue, particularly narrowing and tackling the gender gap issue. So now I'd like to talk about climate change and environment. Asia, admittedly, Asia took grow first and then clean up later. That kind of strategy for their development in last decades. Accordingly, in the region, coal still is a primary energy source, followed by oil and natural gas. Although regions' dependency on fossil fuels decreased somewhat as nuclear and renewable energy grew. As we can see from the left chart, from the 1965 until 2018, worldwide CO2 emission tripled, while Asia's emission and Pacific region grew by a factor of 12. And as a result, the region's share of global emission grew from 13% in year 1965 to almost half in year 2018. And about half of the final energy is consumed by transport and residential sectors in developing Asia, making these sectors really critical in climate change and mitigation. Right chart shows a sharp increase in vehicle ownership and vehicle use. Vehicle pollution has also become a serious problem in many areas in Asia. Therefore, I think particularly how to make Asian big cities cleaner is a critical issue in long run. Closely related with climate change, on the resilience front, since the 1960s, about 1/3 of all global disasters triggered by natural hazard has occurred in developing Asia. The share of people affected by these disasters have also been disproportionately large in this Asian Pacific region. Let me move on to discuss third range of innovation-based growth. Asian economies has achieved accelerated technological progress. At very early stage, Asia adopted the foreign technology, and Korea is a notable example. Then in the later stage, innovation on their own using a variety of ways. Korea is really a notable example of this transformation from adoption of technology to innovative new frontline technology. So how to continue this innovation-based growth is a big challenge for Asia. At the same time, US and People's Republic of China trade and technology tension is a big risk for this innovation trend in Asia. Indeed, Asia is a center of global digital platform and its competition even before COVID-19. Yet, as we can see from this chart, based on 2019 data, on a per capita basis, Asians still spend a relatively small amount. Year 2019, only $432 on e-commerce and digital transaction, with still low penetration rate of digital platform products if we compare with the US and the European consumers. So this means there is a huge room for Asia to unleash the great potential of digital economies. Having this set, in Asia region, different readiness and digitalization we can observe. There are countries, top runner like Korea and China on the front of digital platform penetration and network readiness. But as we can see from this chart, many developing economies in Asia needs more advanced infrastructure on digitalization and broad innovation. So final point I'd like to make is in tackling these challenges I mentioned and building better policies, really large amount of capital should be mobilized. As this chart shows, Asia-Pacific region needs to invest $1.5 trillion annually, or about 4% of regional GDP each year, in order to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030. At least partly financing necessary investment in developing Asia, public financial resources need to be mobilized to support the recovery towards the SDG. Moreover, economies with high debts should work towards mobilizing more domestic resources in an efficient manner. Possible government actions include broadening and protecting domestic tax base, enhancing tax compliance, and developing more transparent and efficient tax administration for development, and strengthening international tax cooperation. However, with the government revenues declining during the tackling pandemic, private capital needs to play a more important role in financing green and social investment towards the SDGs. Indeed, green and social financing is expanding quite rapidly globally in spite of COVID lockdown. In Asia, especially +3 countries of China, Korea, and Japan have been leading the expansion in this region. So MDBs, multilateral development banks such as ADB, have been and will be playing a really critical role in tackling Asia's post-pandemic economic challenges in both short-term and long-term on multiple fronts. So let me wrap up my initial presentation. First, reopening of China and other economies led to a strong rebound of Asian economies so far. Secondly, multiple short-term risks such as financial instability due to tightening monetary policies in the US, Eurozone, inflation pressure due to Russian invasion of Ukraine. Additionally, potential banking turmoil in the US and Europe cast a shadow on Asia's stronger recovery. Third, critical long-term challenges include the aging, making growth more sustainable and inclusive, and bridging the financial gap. US-China trade and technology tension is also a critical issue for future of Asia's innovation-based growth. In any case, policymakers in Asia should stay vigilant in post-pandemic somewhat fluid situation, and government must continue supporting a multilateralism and lean against the risk of global segmentation and fragmentation. Asia must continue its strong regional cooperation to weather these uncertain environments with strong support by ADB and other multilateral as well as a bilateral organization. In doing so, it would be imperative to mobilize necessary financial resources as well as knowledge, social capital, and other intangible and tangible resources across the region. So with that, I'd like to stop my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sawada, for very well organized and clear presentations. He identified important short-term risks to the Asia's economic outlook, that include the US and European monetary policy and financial instability and the inflation pressures. And he also mentioned some long-term challenges to Asian economies, such as aging, innovation, and climate change and disasters, and some financing gaps. And then he also emphasized how we could meet these challenges and risks by mobilizing resources by the government and market and also international organizations. Thank you again. And we'll get back to you to ask to elaborate some point later. And let me invite the first panelist, and Dae-hee Chung from KDI, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. It's my great honor to speak as a panelist in the Korea Seminar Day. I would like to discuss a little bit about the experiences of Korean economy through multiple crises and policy directions going forward. So the Korean economy has been resilient through the recent poly crisis. Exports rebounded sharply after the pandemic, mainly in ICT sector. So did the industrial production, thanks to highly effective quarantine measures and less frequent supply chain disruptions in Korea. We also see strong, sustained service production and employment growth after the pandemic, Ukraine war, and also interest rate hike. If we look at the recent industrial production, which is in the middle graph, that is decreasing quite a lot, but it is mainly driven by the cyclical movement of specific sector, such as semiconductor. Inflation is also a big problem in Korea, as we've seen in many countries. The headline inflation peaked in mid-2022, while the core inflation is still high and sticky at around 4%. We expect the inflation will come down, but no sooner than we initially anticipated. One notable feature is that the export prices have weakened since 2021, while the import prices have risen quite a lot. So even if we export the same amount of semiconductors, because of the fall in export prices and rise in import prices, we can import much smaller amount of oil and materials. So this is a worsening terms of trade shock, and which is negatively affects the domestic demand and firms' product profitability in the short run. So we also see that the current account surpluses have turned to deficit because of the negative terms of trade shock. However, we don't expect that the deficit will continue to make Korean economy to go through another currency crisis, because we have accumulated large financial assets which are quite enough to cover external debts. So talking about the challenges, so challenges arising from the old and new problems are quite a lot. If I mention just briefly, we have short-run challenges such as above-target inflation, high corporate sector debt, and vulnerabilities of non-bank financial institutions, and also old problems, ongoing war in Ukraine and turbulences in US banking sector. And in the mid to long term, we have 3 Ds: digitalization, decarbonization, and deglobalization, transition risks, and also rapid aging population problem. So we can see that those challenges, if managed poorly, will have negative impacts on macroeconomic stability, productivity, and sustainability. So what should policymakers do to address those problems? There are so many things to do because of the numerous challenges, but I think we should focus on the following three things. First, we should keep our economy resilient by bringing inflation down, solving debt problems, strengthening financial stability, and stabilizing supply chains. Second, we should bring back economic dynamism by utilizing digitalization, lowering entry barrier, and upgrading industrial policies. Lastly, we should ensure sustainability by introducing fiscal rule, pension and labor market reforms, and activating a working transition mechanism toward decarbonization. That's all I have, and thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jung, especially presenting some concrete policy recommendations for South Korea. But I think it's that these policies may also relevant to the many emerging economies in Asia. So let me invite the second panelist, Professor Tu from Renmin University, please.
It's my honor to be here. I'll share 3 points about China's policy. It's a policy for achieving qualified growth and policies for high-level openness, and Chinese path for modernization, which is a foundation for Chinese policy making. Last year, affected by geopolitical tension, hiking energy and food prices, and pandemic and trade fragment, China's economic growth was only 3%. It's the lowest in the past 40 years. So this year, China is targeting GDP growth of 5%, and increasing 12 million new jobs, and keep inflation below 3%. In order to achieve these goals, price policies should be taken. China will implement aggressive fiscal policy and try to maintain debt sustainability, arrange deficit rate at 3%, enlarge government expenditure, issue more local government bonds, and increase infrastructure investment. Also, optimize the tax reduction policies to support small and medium enterprise. Since China's economy cycle is very different from that of the United States, you can see the interest rate has large gap between these two countries. China will adopt a prudent and more flexible monetary policy. In the first quarter of this year, monetary supply, M2, increased by 12.7% year-on-year, offering enough liquidity to meet the fast increased money demand of the entity and household. The Central Bank of China is also keeping the real interest rate equal to the economic growth rate. This is a very good principle for interest rate policy. For example, under the situation of high global inflation last year, China's average inflation was 2%, and China also remained 2% average inflation for the past 5 years, and even for the past 10 years. And for exchange rate policy. China adheres to market-oriented mechanism, and net interest rate play a key role for RMB exchange rate determination, and reduce intervention as possible as we can. Although RMB exchange rate is more flexible in the past years, but supported by stable fundamentals, RMB exchange rate is relatively stable. Its volatility is the smallest among the special drawing rights currency basket in the past 10 years. I'd like to mention some new structural tools of monetary policy in China, such as different reserve, different lending and re-lending, different rate discounting rates, and carbon reduction facilities. These tools guide banks to make more inclusive lending and green finance. For example, in last year, the total lending to small and mid-term enterprises was nearly 24 trillion yuan, and supporting 56 million SME and help them out of failure or bankruptcy. Carbon reduction facilities accounts for 15% of central bank's assets and assisting 100 million ton carbon reduction over the country. And China make great efforts to strengthen the coordination among physical, monetary, and industrial policies, promoting technology innovation, stabilize supply chain of manufacturing, and recover service industries. And research investment by enterprise grew very fast. Last year, R&D ratio to GDP reached a peak at 5.5%, ensuring China an innovation-driven economic growth. And let me move to the second topic. It's a policy of the openness. Kristalina Georgieva, the IMF's managing director, warned, fragmentation of global economy runs the risk of a new Cold War. Tackling with this problem, China proposed the Global Development Initiative, adheres to a high-level openness, strengthening international coordination and cooperation. And China strives for a deeper and wider institutional open-up. For example, China had cut out negative list for foreign investment from the initial 190 to 37. Now, China is actively applying to enter CPTPP agreement. In order to increase convenience of trade and investment, China has established 21 free trade zones and built a Hainan free trade port, and setting up international import-export, international service fair, international consumer export. The world economy is more digitalizing, and China made policies to encourage new trade models for cross-border e-commerce and digital trade. It's expected that China's contribution to the growth of the world will exceed 1/3 this year, providing more opportunities and certainty for the global economy. As an Asian country, China prioritizes cooperation with regional countries, and about 70% of China's offshore direct investment is in Asia. ASEAN has become China's largest trading partner, and last year, trade between China and RCEP member countries grew rapidly. So recently, the World Bank and IMF have raised the growth forecast for both China and Asian countries. To meet the main challenges we need to regulate cross-border capital flow, prevent negative spillover effects from liquidity shrinking and banking turmoil, and stabilize industrial and supply chain, facilitate decentralization of economy in order to reduce trade costs and enhance inclusive finance. Reform of international payment system is needed. Central bank digital currency should be used in cross-border trade, providing new international financial infrastructures, such as multiple CBDC bridge plan, which is led by BIS, Central Bank of China, Thailand, and UAE. Lastly, let me talk about China's path for modernization, which is a right way proven by 17 years practice and will always be the foundation for policymaking in China from now to 2035. There are 5 characteristics. First is the modernization of large population of 1.4 billion, facing huge pressure of resources and the environment. Second, it's common prosperity of all. China has lifted people 100 million people out of poverty, and now is continuing to narrow the gap between the rich and poor. Third, to keep material and spiritual civilization, promoting the overall development of human beings. Fourth, keep harmony between human and nature, protecting ecological environment and biodiversity. Fourth, pursue a peaceful development. As Chinese culture and philosophy emphasize peace and harmony, we refuse any methods of modernization through all colonization and plunder. There is an old Chinese saying, many hands make light work. I hope all of us work together and make a bright future for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tu. She emphasized Chinese key policies, including the effective macroeconomic policies, then international openness, and development policies for modernizations. Thank you. Let me invite our third panelist, Archana Wakamba. Please.
Thank you,
please.
Professor Chung Wa Lee. May I have it here?
Yeah.
Oh, but let me get her. Thank you, KDI, for inviting me to this important event. I agree with Professor Sawada that despite fifth and massive wave of COVID, and also the war in Ukraine, countries in Asia held up quite well, relatively compared to other regions. But now we are facing a mounting, it should be a mounting headwinds and also uncertainty. I will not go into the detail because you already listened from the Professor Sawada and some of the panelists. But let me add one thing that I think we should look into it seriously and also perhaps plan to address it in the future, apart from the long-term effect that Professor Sawada said, aging population, the impact of climate change. But let me add another uncertainties because we do not prove yet, but theoretically, it may add to one of the challenges going forward. And it is the fact that sometimes the deep recession or pandemic crisis like this, or financial crisis like global financial crisis in 2008 and 2009, even it's a short-term phenomenon, but the impact can be very long-lasting. And it's the impact have some negative implication on future potential growth. Recently, economists believe that crisis or deep recession, a short-term phenomenon, can leave us the economic scarring. And this makes us not to get back to the original growth path, but seems to be reduce the future potential going forward. In the past, economists believe that up and down of the economy is around the long-term growth path. But the experience in the global financial crisis 2008 and 2009 revealed that it can reduce the future potential growth in the long run, meaning that we cannot get back to the original growth path. Where these arguments come from? From the pandemic, it left us with a huge public debt, and because we spent unprecedented fiscal support for health emergency and also for the cost of living. And not only public debt, but also the private debt, corporates and household. They have the distressed balance sheet, lower profit, and higher expense, which may need some kind of deleveraging going forward. We see some scarring in labor market because some are forced to lose their job or are forced to enter to take a job in the informal sector, which may have the implication on their income and welfare in the long run. We see some loss of schooling, like in Philippines. We see some families or households have to delay or forgo their college education, which may have the impact on future and consumption. And last but not least, and we already mentioned some, the pandemic increased poverty and income inequality distribution. With this channel, we may, like you said, it's quite difficult to prove that the potential future growth is not the same compared to the case without this pandemic crisis, because the potential growth is unobservable variable. But look at on the supply side. Labor subside, some forced to permanently unemployed, just drop off the labor market permanently. And it may lead to high structural unemployment. And capital stock decrease. Look at the capital intensive sector like airplane. We sit with a huge depreciation and a lot of capital obsoleted. So the two factors in the production function may not be as much as in the case of without pandemic crisis. But for total factor productivity, this is quite tricky, because on the positive side, it induced more digital technology and also digital transformation, which may increase the factor productivity in the long run. But on the negative impact, we see the innovation impair from the decreasing R&D spending. When the corporates try to destroy their balance sheet, it's quite difficult for them to increase investment and R&D, especially in the time of uncertainty. And we see that public investment also declined because of fiscal consolidation, and they have a lot of necessary spending to take care of aging population, to go to the green economy and so on. These also, there's some trend of the retreat in global trade and supply linkages. We have a research revealed that the COVID pandemic crisis make the global value chain reconfiguration, reshoring, onshoring, in order to take care of this serious supply disruption. This retreat of global trade and supply linkages may be obstruct the innovations and knowledge spillover. So for those challenges, we look at the policy challenges that we face at present. I think as an ex-central banker, I never see any situation like the trade-off between inflation and growth more acute than this present time. So how do monetary policy react or response? It should be take care or tightening to curb the inflation and get the inflation back to the target, or to support growth, especially in the case of like Thailand, where the recovery is still going, but on the very fragile basis. And for fiscal policy, we talk about moving towards fiscal consolidation in order to provide us more fiscal space to prepare for next crisis, and also to prepare us for the public expense when we move towards aging population. So how fiscal policy stimulate growth, minimize the impact of scaling effect from the pandemic, if any, and also at the same time moving towards fiscal consolidation. We have to be tightening in order to reduce the deficit, but we have a lot of expense or spending to necessarily taken. This is, I think, the big challenge for the policymaker. And to me, I think that since money policy may not be as effective in stimulate growth compared to fiscal policy, I think monetary policy should aim to curb inflation and anchor inflation expectation. But the pace and the extent of interest rate hike depending on the economic recovery, how strong your economy is, and should be more data dependent. For fiscal policy, we have to do a lot of things. We have to, first of all, moving towards the fiscal consolidation, and then prioritize much needed infrastructure and social service spending. We have to target support measures for most vulnerable groups. We cannot use some kind of subsidy because it's costly and distortionary when in the time of high energy and food price. Have to be more targeted, selective, reduce the distortion subsidy, and enhance tax revenue. We see from the Professor Savada, the tax revenue as a percentage of GDP. I think the country like Thailand need to enhance tax revenue measures and improve tax administration, enlarge tax base, increase tax rate or whatever. Then improve the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending. For emerging market economies, the fiscal multiplier is quite small compared to the advanced one because of the import linkage, because of the size of the country, and so on. So we have to improve the efficiency and increase fiscal multiplier. And since there are a lot of infrastructure projects to be taken, and also digital infrastructure, like we already mentioned here, we need to promote public and private participants in order to reduce the pressure on government spending. And macro-prudential should be safeguard for the financial stability, and using micro-prudential to help support vulnerable groups. Last, we need to take these economic structural reform policies seriously. We talk about this quite a decade, but look at in the world country like Thailand, the pace of achieving economic structural reform is not quick enough. We should improve the institutions and framework and set the stage for the long-term growth. In sum, I think for policy maker, you have to do all you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we listen to 4 presentations, so we'll have some discussions. Let me begin by asking some questions to panelists. Let me start from the Achana. You just mentioned the trade-off between inflation and growth in implementing monetary policy. And if I understand correctly, so Bank of Thailand actually maintain a very low interest rate at this moment, below 2%. And there is some concern about increasing interest rate differentials between the US and the emerging economies such as Thailand and even South Korea, because people are worried about the possibility of capital outflow due to the interest rate differentials. And also these very volatile capital flows makes very difficult to implementing the monetary policy. So can you explain what is the discussion in Thailand about the Thai monetary policy and any recommendation to the central bank in South Korea about the monetary policy?
I think the pace of the interest rate hike in different countries, depending on how you strike a balance between inflation and growth. Last year, we may be the last country in ASEAN that increased interest rate. The first time is in August, where in case of Korea, more than a year before. And it's the fact that maybe we are one country in ASEAN that's still struggling to get back to the pre-COVID level GDP, where Philippines, Singapore, Korea, all other countries already passed that pre-COVID level GDP already. So our recovery is very slow, very frustrating. That's why the central bank wouldn't dare. Maybe they are criticized. They were criticized that they are behind the curve because the policy rate increased after we see the bond yield already increase, which meaning that they are a little bit behind the curve. But they said that we have to take care of the recovery, which is very fragile. So even the big gap between the Thailand in policy rate and Fed fund rate induce more concern on the capital outflow, and we also see some kind of capital outflow. Not much, but at the beginning they are quite large. And apart from that, we see currency depreciation, which add more pressure on inflation. So I think the pace of monetary policy tightening may depend on the strength of the recovery. And in this case, the strength of Thailand's recovery is still fragile to me, especially when we face a very strong headwind
Okay, thank you. This trade-off issue is also relevant to Korea because Korea's growth rate has been declining, but inflation rate, even though it has been slowing down, is still remain high. So what would be the recommendation from KDI to central bank? Dr. Chung, any recommendation?
Yeah, actually, KDI is making outlook, and which is going out next week, Thursday. So this is my private opinion, not official.
I understand that.
So I think Korean economy has shown quite robust recovery since the pandemic, but recently we see that the industrial production has been negative growth. And this is because the semiconductor sector has experiencing quite a different cycle. So I think if you're considering the real economy in the service sector and the labor market, we see quite a robust, sustained robust recovery pace. So meanwhile, the inflation is still quite sticky considering the core inflation, which is 4%, and it is still sidestepping. So I think the inflation is quite stickier than we anticipated. So overall, we see that the real economy has been softened, but the inflation situation is still there. So I think the Bank of Korea should still focus on bringing down inflation.
Okay, thank you. And let me switch to the Chinese economy. We listened to the professor too. It's great to hear good news from China. Everything has been resilient and rebounding and quite stable due to the effective policy management. But there are some concerns, especially from outside. There are still risks in the real estate and housing sector in China. And also some people worried about the short-term and long-term consequences of continuing China-US conflict on the Chinese economy, especially China needs to catch up with the advanced countries by upgrading its technology. I mean, so any view from your side on the China's mid-term and long-term perspective?
Yeah. From the first quarter, the data shows there is a very strong recovery and rapid growth exceed most people's expectation. The three provinces shows growth of GDP exceed 8% in the first quarter, and 23 provinces. That means 2/3 of China, of the whole country. The growth exceeds the expectation for 5%. So I'm optimal of this of the growth, and I noticed that the investment of enterprise and the private sectors grows very quickly, and the many investment is to the high technology and manufacturing. And in the first quarter, the investment to high technology is exceed 14%. So it's very strong support for the growth of China's economy.
Okay, so continue good news. I mean, I'll switch to some long-term development issues. So let me invite the Professor Sawada to comment on some perspective of the Chinese economy. You gave some economic outlook of the Chinese economy, and then you particularly interesting and important issue for Korea as well as the Asia's emerging economies, including China and other Southeast Asian countries, is population aging issues, because many Asian countries now experiencing very rapid population aging, as well as some population decline, especially of the working age population. And this issue raises a lot of issues on the some decline of the labor force, which will have a negative impact on the growth potentials, but also raise the concern about the financial sustainability of the pension system. So any view on the, I'm asking two questions, one China and the population aging issues. Sawada.
So first one is about the Chinese economic growth.
Yeah.
Or?
So you agree on the what the
Yeah,
you
yes,
agree everything what the Professor Tu said?
I think before opening up economy, many people worried about stringent lockdown policy of China, zero COVID policy, and opening up may trigger another surge of a COVID pandemic. But actually, what happened was December last year, China opened up and then showing a very strong rebound of economic growth. And there is not really immediate sign of another wave of pandemic. And now Chinese growth rate rebound, and then that's a good news for Asia, including Japan. And now we see a lot of Chinese tourists coming to Japan and reviving, especially not top tier cities, but second tier, third tier cities and towns are really gaining from a rebound of international tourists. So I think I largely agree what Professor Tu said.
How about the population? How about the population aging issues?
Population aging, I think one thing I'd like to touch upon is preparation for population aging, especially for middle or low-income Asian countries. I think this public and private preparation should be done way in advance of population aging. Looking back, Japan started universal pension scheme in year 1961. It's still, Japan has been enjoying a huge population bonus and high growth, and the whole population of Japan was young in 1961. At that time, the people worried about population movement from rural area and to urban area. So many young high school graduates came to Tokyo and then left behind getting old parents and grandparents. So socially, there was a concern. We should support, publicly support old age population left behind rural area through a pay-as-you-go pension system. It was feasible because at that time only one old age person supported by 15 or 20 younger people. So it was politically feasible and also socially agreeable. And then now we can, we have a sustainability issue of pension scheme because of rapidly aging, but we have really a comprehensive universal coverage of pension, including self-employed people and farmers, and housewives can enjoy pension payouts after retirement. So I think, so one thing I'd like to add is as soon as possible, all the countries in Asia should start seriously setting up a formal scheme for public pension. And Korea has been done already more than 20 years ago. So I think we should follow the suit.
Thank you. I feel from this discussion that many Asian countries share same problems, and then some policies have some common issues, and we need to really get together to exchange our ideas, and then what would be the effective policies to solve these challenges. For example, these population aging issues, Japan has already experienced this rapid population aging and population decline, and then now many countries, such as including China, now experience the same problems. So we can share some lessons, maybe some failures from how to respond to these problems, and then we can design, I think, the effective policies. This is why ADB has organized this kind of seminar to exchange views and then ideas, and then to develop the more effective policies to solve all the common problems. So I think this is an excellent session. I would like to continue, but I know we didn't even have any break whole morning. It's not a surprise for me because this is the way Koreans have done to achieve the success for the last half century, but I was really surprised today, even without any break. So if we continue, and if I really get into the lunch session, you will be really blame me. So I would like to thank all the speakers for very extremely valuable insight on all the important issues, and I would like to ask all of you to give a big hands to these panelists. Thank you. The session is closed. I saved 1 minute for your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, for leading this session. And thank you to our speakers for sharing their knowledge and insights. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, as the moderator just mentioned, thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for your active participation until the very end of our morning sessions. Now we will have lunch, which is sponsored by the Korea Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'd like to serve packed lunch to your seats. So once again, thank you very much for your participation, and we'll resume with the afternoon sessions from 2 p.m. here at the same venue. Thank you very much, and please have a great lunchtime. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Korea Seminar Day of the 56th ADB Annual Meeting. I hope you had a great lunchtime. Now we will resume with the second session. And this time, we would like to have a fruitful discussion and presentations under the theme of enhancing regional cooperation in Asia amid global supply chain disruptions. And as we mentioned before, this session will be under the topic of our second R, Reconnect. So ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask for your active participation until the very end of our second session. And as you can see on the stage, we are joined by our moderator and esteemed panelists. So now we'd like to welcome them. Before welcoming them with a big round of applause, I would like to introduce our moderator. The moderator of this session will be Mr. Park Tae-ho, President of Global Commerce Institute of Lee & Co. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Moderator, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all of you to session 2. I am Tae-ho Park. Actually, I'm a retired professor. We sometimes call that Professor Emeritus at Seoul National University. And also, I served as Trade Minister of Korea from 2011 to 2013. So I'm a kind of trade economist by training. So that's why I'm moderating this session. I'm very happy and very much honored to moderate this session on Reconnect, enhancing regional cooperation in Asia amid global supply chain disruption. I think the topic of the session is very, very important and timely, especially for Asian economies, which could be negatively affected by recent global supply chain disruptions. Before we start, I'd like to say a few words on the topic of this session. It seems that there are several major causes for recent global supply chain disruptions. First, you know very well, COVID-19 pandemic and the war between Russia and Ukraine are causing supply chain disruptions. As you know very well, the war has already brought various economic sanctions, including export controls and import restrictions against Russia. Second, US measures based on the national security concerns are causing supply chain distortions. For example, additional tariffs on steel and aluminum and quota imposed on South Korean steel exports to the US, distorting trade in these products. And US also imposed export controls on China for semiconductor and even semiconductor equipment. Particularly, the recent the export controls imposed on semiconductor equipment is actually affecting negatively the global companies like Samsung and SK Hynix, which have huge semiconductor plants in China. Third, trade policies based on politically motivated nationalism, which prefers domestic production and reshoring, are also causing supply chain restructuring. As you know very well, the US continues to introduce various legislations, such as CHIPS and Science Act and Inflation Reduction Act, which have provisions of constraining or discriminating against foreign products and foreign countries. All of these are affecting global as well as regional supply chain of the firms, including those in Asia. As a trade specialist, I do not see the world trade governance, particularly the multilateral trading system of the WTO, properly deals with the current problems. Furthermore, no major countries formally raised these concerns. These are my few observations regarding recent supply chain disruptions. In this context, I think today's session is the right place to discuss ideas and recommendations for overcoming the difficulties of supply chain disruptions. Well, in this session, we have excellent speakers, and I would like to introduce them. First, we have Professor Robert Koopman of American University. I think he has a wide background in trade policy. He used to be working for WTO and also USITC. So we are looking forward to your presentation. Our second speaker is Dr. Shin-Young Park from ADB. She also works many areas in this subject. And lastly, but not least, Professor Jungu Lee of Hanyang University. He's the business school professor. I think we need that when we talk about supply chain. Will also speak for us. Before we begin our session, I'd like to briefly mention the time allocation. I will give each speaker about 15 minutes for presentation. After we hear all presentations, I'll raise a few questions to the panelists. After that, I will open the floor for interactions with the audience. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Koopman. Professor Koopman, floor is yours.
I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me here to share some thoughts on political fragmentation, reglobalization, and global supply chains, with an emphasis on potential implications for Asian trade. I should point out, while I'm a professor at American University, I used to be chief economist at the World Trade Organization, and much of the work that I'm going to draw upon here was work that I did with colleagues from the WTO. But members have not necessarily approved this analysis, so just keep that in mind. All right, so the background here, and let me just make sure I pay attention to what time it is. Multilateral trade cooperation has been challenged for many years. There's rising tensions between the United States and China, and many other countries are trying to choose sides, or they're caught in the middle, or they're trying to avoid being caught in the middle. And the world currently could be on a path to fragmentation, with like-minded bloc integration replacing global integration. And what I'm going to present here is going to suggest that there could be significant economic opportunity costs across a range of economic activities. I'm going to focus on trade and potentially rising trade costs and reduced technological spillovers, but there's a needed cooperation around investment, global taxation, global commons challenges such as climate and health, which we've heard about in some of the previous sessions. So the results that follow are really driven by the current state of global value chains. And these two charts here show Korea's position. The chart on the left is from OECD, and the table on the right is from the WTO. I won't spend too much time on this, but if you look closely, you'll see that Korea is deeply tied into Chinese supply chains, providing China with parts and components. And the major market for those Korean parts and components going to China is the United States. So Korea is one of those countries that's essentially potentially caught in the middle of a trade conflict between the US and China. And this value-added trade illustrates that it's not just gross value added, it's also domestic content and foreign content. Chinese exports still contain a lot of foreign content. A lot of that foreign content is Korean or other Asian economies, and you'll see that come out in the results for my analysis. So what we find is that the opportunity cost of geopolitical fragmentation around trade versus further integration. So if we could imagine a world in which there was another big WTO round, if you're familiar with WTO speak, the Doha round or something like it, okay? So the difference between geopolitical fragmentation and further integration we find to be about 8% of global GDP by 2050. And I would say that that's probably an underestimate, but I'll try to get to why that might be an underestimate later. The IMF has done recent work on FDI flows. And what they find is that the potential loss to global GDP from fragmentation of FDI flows, reduced FDI flows across countries, would be about 2% of GDP. And I would argue that if you were to integrate that analysis and maybe integrate some other perspectives, you'd find that these magnify one another rather than substitute for one another, so you'd get even bigger effects. So these two models that are used, they're quite different. One's a DSGE and one is a CGE model. Both have dynamics in them. But I think that if you were to put the analysis together, and there's a workshop coming up at the IMF where my WTO colleagues will be discussing this, trying to bring those things together, I think you'll see that they're amplified. We would likely see a significant rewiring and reorganization of the global economy as a result, and I'll give you some illustrations of how that might play out. And that the costs are much larger for some countries, regions than others, driven by the current structure of global value chains. And what you'd see is that Korea and Asia in general are very significantly adversely affected by this, keeping in mind that there would likely be policies aimed at mitigating it, but if there aren't those policies, which we haven't tried to predict, these would be the likely outcomes. So much could be done to prevent this fragmentation, but if it occurs, it ensures the reorganization of integration. If there was deepening integration, even around that fragmentation, you would still see some of the benefits of specialization and comparative advantage, and it would mitigate some of that 8%. I'm going to kind of skip this slide. I have links in the slides. The slides are freely available, and you can see some of the work that I reference here. But I'd like to point out that this work has assumptions, it's scenarios, and that there are other things that are likely to affect these things. I mentioned global cooperation on taxes, global cooperation during financial and other crises. We've heard a bit about demographics and potential immigration. We don't really do a lot of work on economies of scale and scope, industrial policies, fiscal monetary policies, regulatory cooperation. All of those things could be built into our scenarios, but we focus just on the rising trade costs. So the scenarios we look at, we're going to look at a revival of multilateralism, where WTO members further reduce trade costs in tariffs and NTMs on a multilateral basis. We're going to look at plurilateral cooperation, because that seems to be a place where WTO members are making some progress. If we can't get a thing like the Doha round, we seem to be able to make progress on something like domestic services regulation, potentially investment facilitation, and MISMEs. There's a number of areas where WTO e-commerce, where WTO members are talking, and we'll build some of those potential scenarios in. But then geopolitical rivalry, where trade tensions between the US and China increase. So let me move on. So in the first scenario, we're going to look at both tariffs and NTMs are reduced on a multilateral basis. Another important element in our analysis is that we have technological spillovers, and they're endogenous. So the more you trade, the more countries that are further behind the global technological frontier, the faster they close to that global frontier. The more fragmentation you have, the slower there are those technological spillovers. Those technological spillovers also apply to the advanced market economies. They lose when they can't draw upon innovation from China and other countries. And we base our results on the simulation of our WTO global trade model, this diffusion of ideas between countries as a byproduct of trade, which is pretty well calibrated and we think is an important innovation. So it's this working paper we did, International Trade Cooperation's Impact on the World Economy. And as I said, it's 8.6% is the global economic opportunity cost. Global real real GDP declines of nearly 12 and 11% respectively. So keep in mind, while those are fairly precise numbers, I wouldn't bet on any one of those numbers, but those would be the kinds of forces that we would see likely at play that policymakers would feel the need to take some other policy action to try to offset. Okay? So those are tendencies. Our model's going to illustrate the tendencies. And I think that that's a pretty significant knock for Korean GDP by 2050 to be 12% below baseline. Geopolitical rivalry also leads to 21 percentage point decrease in exports between the Western and Eastern blocs. Korea's exports would increase by 13% with further integration, but decrease by 42% with complete fragmentation. That 42% would likely get policymakers' attention, and they would take action to try to prevent it. And I do believe there are actions that can mitigate that. I'm going to skip this since I've talked a little bit about it. Let me get to our assumed blocks. We have two fragmentation scenarios. One is 2 blocks. The world splits into 2 worlds, right? An Eastern bloc and a Western bloc. Korea, by the way, is always included in the Western bloc. That's an assumption. In the 3 bloc group, there's a neutral set of countries, right? That would be very much like the Cold War, where there was the non-aligned bloc. And you can see that in that non-aligned bloc are Asia, LDCs, India, Indonesia, South Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. This is an illustration of what the baseline tariffs and non-tariff measures are in our model in terms of our baseline costs, and we shock these one way or the other. I think it's really important to realize that these costs that I list in that table, if you look at the blue underlined language up there, on average, trade costs, the cost of moving a good from factory gate to final consumer, globally is about 350%. So these policy measures are a relatively small share of that overall cost. Okay? So just want to keep that in mind. So to the results. I don't know if you can read it or not. I've got to turn around and look at the bigger slide. I hope you don't mind. But you can see our scenarios go from left to right. China's in the red. These are the tariff shocks, rather. I'm sorry, I'm going to skip the tariff shocks. But just to give you an idea, if you want to see what we assume in terms of increased trade costs, these are the shocks that we put in. But let's get to the results. These are GDP results. China's in red. Further multilateral integration, Chinese GDP up by almost 5%, Korea up by over 5%, Southeast Asia by almost 5%, US gains about 1% from further integration. Kind of makes sense, right? The plurilateral scenarios are the S2s, and you can see they're generally positive across the board. Then you get to the 3, S3A and S3B scenarios, and that's where you get the geopolitical fragmentation and the big costs. And then the last column there is the economic opportunity cost, which is looking at the distance between the far left column and the far right column, S3B, and you add those up and you can see for Korea almost 17% of real GDP, Southeast Asia over 15%, the US only 3.6%. And I can tell you my belief is US policymakers would say 3.6% off GDP by 2050, not a problem, okay? And I think that is a problem for the rest of the world. So keep that in mind because the problem for the rest of the world is much bigger. These are the trade numbers. You can see China's trade could vary by about 43%, Korea by 56%, okay, between further integration and reduced trade from fragmentation. And the US, about 30% is that opportunity cost. So what are the conclusions here? I think policymakers should consider their policy options going forward. They should be aware of the potential direct and indirect opportunity costs of their decisions. Fragmenting the global economy will be costly, and those costs will vary by level of development and strength of future economic relations. Korea and other Asian countries appear to likely to suffer significant adverse impacts unless you can convince the rest of the world, the US and China, to get along and find ways to cooperate. But even for advanced market economies, fragmentation reduces economic growth below potential. And a question that I would ask you as policymakers is, are you assessing the cost? Do you think they're worth it? I think they would see a small number like that and say they are worth it. But I think they ought to actually look at it and make an affirmative decision that this is really the direction that they want to go. So our efforts aimed at providing more information and perhaps stimulating a debate. I'd love to see some economic analysis around the proposed industrial policies in the United States. We're just looking at the trade policies, but there are these industrial policies where they're subsidizing particular industries. How does the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act actually play out? How do we implement those policies in the U.S. In relation to our allies? Do we allow them to participate? Is there coordination around the green transition and joint investment to solve these problems? I'd really like to see more economic analysis and debate on this. I do think that the recent Brexit outcomes are useful in illustrating the usefulness of high-quality quantitative assessments. Most of the research, I believe, the way I like to describe these models is they're precisely wrong, but approximately right, whereas often policymakers are just shooting from the hip, and those are largely wrong, I think, just shooting from the hip. So let's try to bring some more high-quality economic analysis into this, and I'd love to see a debate around it. And let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Koopman. I now invite our second speaker, Dr. Shin-Young Park, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer in Kiev for inviting me to share some thoughts on regional economic integration cooperation in Asia, as well as suggesting some policy implications. Okay. Well, over the past half centuries and even longer, globalization has helped deliver extraordinary development outcomes to the development world, especially for developing countries in Asia and Pacific. Deeper economic integration help expand markets, enhance efficiency of resource allocation, promote technical transfers, technological improvement, and boost productivity and investment opportunities. Nevertheless, greater economic interdependence does not come without risks. Regional cooperation in this context can provide economic opportunities while limiting the exposure and risks to unintended consequences of full liberalization. Open regionalism, which ADB has been a long supporter, is thought to be a stepping stone to globalization by enabling economies to realize the benefits from open trade and investment, but offering some buffers against unbridled market liberalization. At ADB, we developed an index to measure global integration. This was developed to inform the policymakers on regional cooperation based on the regional, intra-regional, and extra-regional integration. As you can see on the slide, on the right-hand side of the slide, the EU, European Union, represents the highest level of globalization, followed by North America. Asia Pacific as a region is positioned right after the EU and North America, and presents relatively high level of globalization. identifying and assessing the differences in the level of economic integration based on the regional and non-regional forces that propel the global economic integration is particularly important for the region's policymakers in order to manage the pace of the globalization and economic integration policies that can ensure balanced, inclusive, and sustainable growth in the region. Together with this globalization index, as I mentioned, it also has its roots in the index of regional cooperation integration. We have developed this Asia Regional Cooperation Integration Index to monitor the pace of regional integration across different regions and sectors. The Regional Integration Index in Asia and the Pacific shows a strong progress of regional cooperation integration in Asia since 2006, when the index was become available. Despite the COVID-19 induced disruptions to economic activities across the world, as you can see that the Asia Regional Integration Index has remained relatively stable. To the far left-hand side chart shows that in relatively strong and resilient regional cooperation across all 8 dimensions. But noticeable progress has been witnessed in the technology and digital connectivity in Asia's Regional Cooperation Integration Index. Overall index fell only marginally, 0.3% from 2019 to 2020, even at the outbreak of COVID-19. Sub-indexes in 8 different dimensions broadly support this resilience in the overall index, especially strong in trade, investment, infrastructure connectivity, and digital infrastructure connectivity since 2006. Relative to other regional blocs, as you can see in the second chart, Asia and Pacific trails only the EU in its degree of regional integration index, while staying ahead of other developing regions, including Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. Within Asia and the Pacific region, the highest degree of integration is observed for Southeast Asia, closely followed by East Asia, which is shown in the far right chart. Even as the region emerged from the pandemic, its regional integration showed a strong resilience. We didn't have the full variables to construct the full overall regional integration index. Nevertheless, some of the main variables that we collected for 2021 shows a fairly strong regional cooperation maintained despite the pandemic. In terms of trade, nearly 60% of intra-regional trade shares in percent of the global total, and FDI, again, more than 60% of intra-regional share. And in terms of the portfolio investment, both in equity and debt, has also shown visible improvement since 2001. And this remains relatively weak, and then actually shows the lagging component of regional cooperation integration for finance in the region. The slowdown in economic activities in major economies, rising interest rates, and persistently high inflation and geopolitical tensions that we have also heard in the previous session are continuing to weigh on the Asia's growth prospects. Nevertheless, we can rely on the region's strong trade and FDI dynamics for recovery and, again, the resilient, employment generation. So regional cooperation integration is crucial for resilient supply chain, enhanced digital trade, and sustainable growth. COVID-19 and subsequently the Russian invasion of Ukraine brought to the fore the vulnerabilities in global supply chains, and which affected the Asia-Pacific region. Regional cooperation, especially in the form of the regional trade agreements, have a potential to mitigate the adverse impact of supply chain disruptions. RTA between participating countries can promote strategic relations, enabling the smooth and seamless flows of goods, even during the periods of crisis. The value of regional cooperation increase even more when they are designed in a comprehensive and concrete manner, such as RCEP has a crucial role to play in building supply chain resilience. More needs to be done in the area of paperless trade, provisions for cross-border flows during times of crisis, especially for essential food and energy, and as well as the critical medical goods, and implementation integrity of RTA member countries. While digital services, digital payment, and digitally enabled trade have grown rapidly in the recent years, protectionism in digital space has also increased in recent years, limiting the potential of digital trade for benefits. Luckily, there are new RTA emerging, including the CPTPP, Digital Economy Partnership Agreements, and the Singapore-Australia Digital Economy Agreements, which are the three of the new agreements involving Asia and the Pacific economies. These hold promise to address digital policy fragmentation. And I'll discuss a little bit more later in terms of the promoting the digital services trade in the region. So let me go over a little bit more the details of regional supply chain. The regional trade integration has maintained relatively resilient, but it shows some structural weaknesses and suggests a further room to grow. Intra-regional trade shares, as you can see in the left-hand side chart, shows that the intra-regional trade share among Asia-Pacific grew rapidly. The orange color line actually shows the intra-regional trade share in Asia-Pacific. And compared to other regions where this intra-regional trade share remained relatively stable, you can see a visible upward trend. Nevertheless, if we exclude China out of this intra-regional trade share from Asia-Pacific, it shows the similar trend line as other regions such as EU plus UK or North America. So again, even in the detailed chart, the next to this line chart shows that significant role that China plays in the region's intra-regional trade. Without China, that's shown in the orange bar, is the one that should really increased the most substantially, replacing more or less the advanced economies, the market for Asia and the Pacific. So there's a bit of the concentration and in the region's supply chain, and also heavy reliance on China for the growth of regional value chain. And when we look at the regional value chain even deeper, It shows that the regional value chains are still much more focused on the primary and low-tech sectors. The blue and then the orange bar show the primary low-tech sectors, and then the Asia's, the regional value chain really it shows like a much higher concentration in primary and low technology compared to the high medium technology and the business services. Another weakness is the lack of cooperation for food and energy transactions. Regional and then global cooperation is really crucial for food and energy security, as we have seen during the disruptions occurred in the COVID-19 and the subsequent Russian invasion of Ukraine. The number of effective food trade restrictions have peaked right after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. While it has gradually subsiding, the latest WTO trade monitoring update still shows about 68 export restrictions remain by 27 WTO members. This covers the $85 billion US dollars in export amount. Trade ministers gathered together at the 12th Ministerial Conference in June 2022 to discuss the importance of food security by removing the barriers to trade of the food and restrictions. Nevertheless, they were limited to exempt foods from export restrictions when they are procured for humanitarian purpose by World Food Programs only. So, much stronger policy has to come forward to address these food and energy security. Some of the policy recommendations could include prohibiting the export restrictions through international cooperation, streamlining supply chain through trade facilitation and exploration of alternative transportation routes. We need to promote multilateral cooperation for public stockholding and provide the targeted income subsidies to vulnerable groups. We have to improve market information and transparency, as well as promoting the policy dialogue to further address the development of the commodity derivative markets. Again, probably because of the urgency that was experienced during the COVID outbreak, the regional policymakers came together to make the RCEP effective in 2021. The regional cooperation economic partnership called RCEP can promote open regionalism and rules-based trading system. RCEP underpins Asia's economic growth story. This RCEP economic size covers 30% of world population and 31% of global GDP and 29% of global merchandise trade. RCEP is a mega trading deal which covers the multilateral cooperation arrangement among ASEAN plus 5 economies that include both traditional market access provisions and beyond the border regulatory measures. It has many regional transformative elements that allows countries to undertake reforms and liberalization policies to reduce structural transformation. Therefore, this holds strong promise for stronger participation of these economies in regional and global value chain on the basis of a strong rules-based trade framework. It will also complement CPTPP which is often regarded as the highest level FTA so far, and the Indo-Pacific Economic the Framework, which is a new arrangement that takes a new approach to economic cooperation. Nevertheless, complications arising from the multiple arrangements like these could create challenges for the implementation and practical use of RCEP by businesses. This requires greater support and policy advice for coordination and capacity building in its implementation. Let me return a little bit to the digitalization and digital services trade. Digital services trade is a critical driver of inclusive growth. It has expanded tremendously thanks to the digitization of services with the support of ICT applications and data-driven solutions. In 2005, it's true that 403 billion. Now, the region's trade volume in digital services tripled to reach over $1.4 trillion in 2020, which represents almost a quarter of the global volume. However, in closing the gap with the advanced economies in the competitiveness of trade services trade, the region needs to focus, among others, on first, digital connectivity, and second, human capital development, and third, ICT investment, and lastly but not least, enabling policy and regulatory environment.
Dr. Park, could you speed up a little bit?
Yes. Well, I think I covered these RTA a little bit before, so I'm going to skip these. Okay. For regional cooperation agenda going forward, we need to facilitate the digital trade reforms. First, accelerate the implementation of multilateral WTO trade facilitation agreements. And second, mechanisms limiting physical interactions. And third, national and regional single windows that could play an important role in speeding up border procedures, and we need more harmonized customs procedure and solutions for electronic exchange and legal conditions. Let me conclude by sharing some of the ADB actions in this context. First, ADB has been strongly committed to making regional trade and supply chain greener, more inclusive, resilient, transparent, and socially responsible. Our trade supply chain finance program is providing the guarantees and loans to support trade. And this has provided over 10,000 transactions valued $7.7 billion in 2022 alone. Our trade and supply chain finance program is also driving transparency in global trade and supply chain. Other initiatives include tracking and reporting carbon, as well as verifying labor standards through global supply chain. ADB is also supporting our DMCs to adopt the UN model laws on electronic transferable records or equivalent legislation regarding the electronic commerce. This is critical to underpin digitalization to deliver greater resilience. And we also play a central role in making global trade and supply chains more resilient by promoting digitalization and transparency by launching the Digital Standards Initiative. We support trade facilitation to raise efficiency and reduce barriers to cross-border trade for seamless movements of goods and services, lowering trade costs, and increasing trade flows. And finally, we support policy reforms to improve trade competitiveness among developing member countries, especially in Cambodia and Indonesia as a recent examples, and facilitate DMC's integration into the global value chain through support for implementation of trade agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park. Now I'd like to invite Professor Jung-Gu Lee, please.
Okay, hello everyone. First, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this exciting opportunity. Well, we have two very interesting presentations, but as a scholar based in Korea and working on the global value chain as a research topic, I would like to add one extra layer to our discussion today by talking about global value chain disruption and two other major transformations that are underway now, that is the digital and green transformation, and how they interact with one another in reshaping the future of global value chain. In doing so, first I would like to stress that global GVC disruptions can be traced back to the global financial crisis of late decade and the ensuing process of GVC restructuring. And yet, during the post-crisis period, Asia and Asian companies exhibit a striking dynamism, and many countries and firms take this reconfiguration process not simply as a threat, but also as an opportunity. Secondly, I would like to highlight the policy measures should go beyond the conventional realm of GVC-oriented policies, such as the participation in the global value chain or upgrading, but should find a balance between the upgrading, value chain security and resilience, and leveraging, the three pillars I'm going to talk about today. And finally, digital green transition should play an important part shaping the strategy of countries and firms to strike such a balance. These are the key takeaways. Okay. There is no doubt that the pandemic, trade war, and real war shed a new light on the global connectivity enabled by the GVC, from the shortage of toilet paper, face masks, to the stoppage of car production because of the lack of imported components. Much has been said about the crisis, or even the end of the global value chain as we know, and even about the beginning of deglobalization. But in fact, the disruption in GVC is nothing new and traced back to the early 2010s. The Great East Japan earthquake and the mass flood in Thailand back in 2011 dramatically crippled the supply chain across Asia, particularly in the sector like the electronics and automobiles. And the labor strike in Honda's supply factory in 2010 eventually stopped the Honda's car production in mainland China for several weeks. Disruption has become more frequent, and their impact felt more broadly as GVC become more concentrated in the post-crisis period, geographically to China and Asia in general, and organizationally to a handful of key suppliers like the TSMC, Foxconn, Samsung Electronics. The bigger problem is that the global value chain has confronted declining public support in the face of a series of human tragedies. Notably, Rana Plaza collapse in 2013 that killed more than 1,000 apparel workers in Bangladesh. So over the years, that's why we saw the rising tide of globalization backlash and the politicians and governments using GVC as a weapon for their interest in the recent trade dispute. So GVC-enabled connectivity has increasingly become a liability. Data now show that, in hindsight, global value chain became stagnant in around early 2010s, reversing two-decade-long trends of expansion. So the growth trajectory of the GVC participation rate, the bar graph here, and the foreign direct investment, green one, began to diverge from those of international trade and the GDP. Such shift took place earlier in some sectors than in others. A similar stagnant or decreasing importance of GVC trade linkage is also noticed in the case of Korea. So in this sense, recent disruption, while dramatically unfolded, somewhat reflect much deeper structural change in the global economy. And also what is clear is that any discussion about the fragile global supply chain should take into account this broader decade-long reconfiguration of the global value chain and the multiple driving forces behind them. Now we turn our attention to Asia and see what happened over the last decade. We have somewhat different pictures. Value chain linkage in the region expanded and deepened in the post-crisis period to the level of, I would call, the Asianization of global value chain. The global value chain has become more Asianized as the Asia and Asian companies play a more central role in the GVC and inter-regional trade. So here is the global trade flow in one of the most archetypical GVC-intensive sector, that is the textiles and apparel. In both intermediate, textile, finished good, apparel, the Asia's share in the world exports considerably increased over the period from 2007 to 2020, including the significant growth of South Asian apparel export to Europe. While the share of non-Asian linkage, colored in red here, decreased over the period. So in that sense, Asia has become internally tightened, while their value chain presence was felt everywhere in the world. We can find the similar dynamics in electronics. In the face of East Asia's expansion in the global exports, the share of trade among European countries significantly decreased as more European firms rely on import from Asia or migrate their production to Asia. Also noticeable is that the growing value chain tie between East and their South Asia as electronic manufacturing jump-started in their country like India. I'm sorry. So in many cases, value chain in Asia rather expanded or shrink, not shrink. The China Plus strategy now many multinationals, including Korean, is trying to implement it. It's not replacement of China, but addition to China that allowed them to go around the trade barriers and maximize flexibility. Asian government actively sought to attract foreign investors, which also contributed to spreading of the value chain. In fact, it is not that surprising if you look at what happened after the decade-long trade dispute between the US and Japan back in the 1990s. Since then, apparel production has gone beyond the East Asia, and gravity of semiconductor production actually shifted to Korea and Taiwan, and the Japanese automakers has become internationalized due to the investment to produce a car in the US soil, just as TSMC and Samsung Electronics are trying to now in the face of US trade measures. Furthermore, East Asian multinationals have grown bigger and become more capable over the period. So they are not simply swayed by the strategy of their Western buyers or their trade restriction. Of course, they are not in the driver's seat, but they can exercise some strategic agency. Finally, different sectors subject to their different level of exposure to the trade war or high-tech components. So while we can see some possibility of decoupling in some sectors, but in others, we may see more room for enhancing regional connectivity and cooperation. Let's go back here. Then how we can respond to this changing situation around the GVC? I was asked to talk about the policy a little bit. So I put together this, what I call GVC matrix. So it's a kind of like the matrix for the GVC-oriented policies, three important pillars to be considered in tandem and kept balanced in the countries or firms' response to the GVC disruption. This is not a novel ideas and based on some of the key research findings and coming out of Korea over the last couple of years, including TF and KIEF project that I've been involved in directly or indirectly. First, policy-oriented GVC has so far focused on the participating GVC and upgrading therein, so capturing more value. It is still important and even more so. But that is not the only dimension of the GVC-oriented policy nowadays, because pandemic and ensuring disruption highlight the importance of value chain security and resilience in the global value chain as a new policy goal. But that is still on the responsive end, basically protecting countries and the firms from external disruption and shocks. The policymakers or even corporate decision makers also want to find a way to leverage their value chain position to advance their interest or enhance the value chain security. So this is more on the proactive side. And some countries has already exercised that kind of the leverage by take advantage of their position as a choke points or the pinch point in the global value chain. But this is not the only way to leverage. For example, Asian countries may collectively leverage their strategic position to make a voice and find a common solution to make the GVC more stable, secure, and safe. more important thing here is that there are three pillars are not independent, but interactive, and they're interrelated. So upgrading may be the best way to make the country's supply chain secure and resilient. But at the same time, in the process of enhancing security, countries also can find a way to upgrade their domestic production and innovative capability instead simply relying on the foreign inputs and the technology. Also, leveraging can move a country, help the countries move one step further beyond the simply implementing the measure for security. Another dimension I would like to highlight today is that there are three important change that is underway nowadays. That is, in addition to the geopolitical risk, the other two is the digital transition and green transition. This dual transition adds an extra layer to the countries' and companies' response to their geopolitical risk and the reshaping the global GVC configuration. And such transition will force their various kind of threat, but also present important new opportunity and to countries and the firms and the workers. For example, using advanced technology in domain like the supply chain tracking, monitoring, or the transparency enhancement will provide the country or firms with an extra layer of supply chain security, but when they build the technological and market capability around that technology, it will give them a chance to capture more value, which is basically the upgrading. And what all those the blocks will interact so that their impacts will be varied depending on which sector we are talking about or which node of the chain we are looking at. And the variation of interaction will driven certain sectors or the value chain closer to the reshoring end of the GVC configuration scenario, or they push the others into the more regionalized or further diversification path of trajectory. Let me briefly talk about each of the two transitions. The first, digital transition. When thinking about the digital transition, people tend to think that it will facilitate the reshoring of the value chain activity, or the getting rid of like their middleman, or they're making supply chain shorter and they're closer to the market. However, as analyzed in the UNCTAD World Investment Report 2020, the effects of digital transformation on the GVC are not straightforward at all. As indicated here in the diagram, AI and other digital technology are favorable to the further expansion of the GVC through their unbundling, and whereas automation can help bring manufacturing closer to the home country, the effect of 3D printing and the additive manufacturing is more mixed. What is instructive in this regard, even when it comes to the automation, their trajectory is not predetermined. For example, the example case is the Adidas Speed Factory. For many years, the German sportswear company actually experimented robot-based automated production of footwear products in Europe and the US, closer to the end market. But eventually, the company decided to close it and instead invest those technology in their offshore factory in Vietnam. Well, some of the executive I met in their Korean first-year supplier in the apparel sectors, also they said that they're going to double down in their offshore location in terms of building smart factories and nurturing related skill instead of bringing manufacturing back home. So in this sense, GVCs are not necessarily destined to become smaller and shorter because of digital transition. When it comes to the green transition, GVC has a mixed relationship. In one hand, the GVC has somewhat contributed to the environmental degradation, but on the other hand, the current environmental climate crisis also detrimental to the operation of the global value chain in many sectors, from agriculture to the logistics, in the face of rising costs, deteriorated product quality, and the heightened uncertainty because of disruption caused by the natural disasters. And looking forward, their green transition can make a considerable impact on GVC with a significant implication to their social and economic development. More stringent standards, regulation, policy can limit the access of small suppliers or their smallholders in agriculture, while for those who can meet the high bars and through upgrading and innovation, will find their market access broadened and their leverage grown. More importantly, green transition can fundamentally change how the sector or the value chain is organized and operates. For example, electrification in the auto industry has led the rise of completely new types of value chain actors, such as battery producers, supply of rare earth material, and basically it challenged the long-standing unipolar power of car makers in the auto industry. So in this way, digital and green transition can make a new entrance, new actors emerging, and the whole ecosystem basically reconfigured, and eventually new sectoral governance or architecture will be in place. So these are the recap of the key takeaway from my presentation. I'm not going to repeat them. Instead, I will close my presentation with their image on the right. Some people may see the two worlds separating and moving away from each other. But others may see that they are coming closer again, but in a different way this time around. So maybe we are living at this kind of moment for global value chain. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much. We now hear all three speakers, and we have 15 minutes left for our session. Before I open up the floor, I'm supposed to raise a few questions to the panelists, but I cannot raise all the questions. I only want to raise one question to each. You can briefly answer to this question. Well, we already talked a little bit about this, but we can see recently US and EU, if you look at the legislation regarding trade policy or industrial policy, they are kind of moving away from the traditional multilateral rules. Professor Koopman already mentioned a little bit. So we are worried about the revival of industrial policy in many countries, including the United States and EU. Well, industrial policy, East Asian countries and Japan, they heavily use this for their economic development. Now, these big advanced countries are doing that kind of stuff. And a couple of years ago, US and EU and even Japan get together, and then they try to revise the principles or rules on subsidies at the WTO with their mind of criticizing Chinese activities, but not they are doing themselves. So given that kind of situation, I don't know, what can we do in Asian countries which are heavily dependent upon transparent and fair, multilateral trading system? We are moving away from them. We are not that powerful as US and EU. What can we do? Mr. Koopman.
Well, maybe you should recognize that maybe the US and EU are learning from some of the successes in Asia and China in particular. And so I think really what you need is more cooperation and coordination and discussion around these things. Industrial policies and domestic policies generally writ can be very helpful in helping populations, your economy, and your citizens adapt and adjust to changes, right? And so I think it's useful to think about, well, which policies work and which ones don't, and recognize that different countries have different circumstances. I think the concerning point that you point out is that there really hasn't been discussion or engagement, right? And so I think there needs to be that kind of multilateral focused discussion and engagement. Where are these policies appropriate? When is it some other policy might be more effective at achieving the objective? But in the green transition, it may be the case that we do need to have industrial policy around this, but it should be coordinated rather than competitive. We certainly don't want to end up like the agricultural trade wars of the 1980s, right? Which I cut my teeth as a trade analyst on. So I'd say you need to pay attention to that. I know you want it short, but there is a really great piece by Gordon Hanson, he's a professor at Harvard, looking at the sectoral and geographic impacts of the green transition in the US. He did this for the Aspen Institute. And he identifies, very much like he did for a paper on the China shock with David Wator and David Dorn, that you can have these concentrated impacts in sectors in geographic regions. If you know they're coming, you can help prepare for them. That may be an industrial policy, but it may also be a safety net policy.
Okay. Well, let me move to Dr. Park. Do you have any kind of idea or suggestions how to deal with this unilateral, industrial policies of major countries?
Well, open trade and investment has been very beneficial for especially developing countries in Asia Pacific. So I think in general, like Asia has been always a strong proponent of this multilateral and an open trade system. But over time, there have been also definitely the noticeable sort of, the side effects of this globalization and open trade. The market forces are not really discriminating in a way, and sometimes the fierce competition might have been really behind the widening income inequality and divisions, and then that also fed into the a lot of political conflicts. So, but nevertheless, I do believe that Asia has been a strong believer of open trade, and despite, in fact, maybe it's because of that kind of, the trade tension in recent years that Asia hurried to enact this and then adopt the RCEP. So what you can see is it really gives a strong signal that Asia is ready to adopt and then abide by the multilateral trading system. In many, the policy dialogue that I was also part of, that there has been a positive, at least the will and the commitment for Asian strong trade partners that we want to restore, we want to support the multilateral trading system, and then I think that's actually a good positive signal. Another really important area I feel that the multilateral trading system should be based is really about the rule setting. The trade now has to be viewed as a lever to make it much more like inclusive and then sustainable. There are a lot of discussions about new regulation and the legislation for digital the economy, and then also the climate resilient the production and then trade. So, but right now there's like a really no harmonious rule, and we can't really have that harmonized, standardized sort of like the rules, regulations that govern the the green and then inclusive trade without multilateral platform. So I believe that we should actually use that kind of like a new era of trade to revive the multilateralism, and then where the multilateralism can be actually valued. Thank you.
Professor Lee, can you add something?
Yes, I think it's well, in my presentation I talk a little bit about like the policy direction for in their post-pandemic global value chain. So the global value chain oriented policy should expand their beyond their territory of like their GDC participation and their upgrading, but include their additional elements. In addition to that, I think the question is well, when you think about the industrial policy nowadays, we can ask their industry policy for who? So because well, in the past, the many Korean firms actually produced and employed their hire people in Korea. So yes, there is a clear matching between the policy implementation and the recipient end of the policy. But what about like their Korean companies in Vietnam as apparel producers? They are in the linchpin in their apparel production networks, connecting the Korea, Vietnam, and the U.S. And how about the Samsung Electronics or their Hyundai Motors based in U.S. or whether they are subject to this kind of the industrial policy? So I think that is their important things, and in that regard, their latter aspects, the firms in the global value chain, and then the industrial policy has can have multiple effect in the different part of the world, not only in their Korea but also in Vietnam or the U.S. or vice versa. And I think I met a lot of several the Korean companies working in Vietnam and Indonesia, and I talked with their executives. I think there is some kind of their industrial policy to how to transfer the capability or their capacity from Korea to the rest of the Asia and back and forth. For example, I talked about the digital and green transition, and Korea has a lot of their progress in this area. And then the question is how to share those kind of knowledge and expertise with the rest of their people in Asia. And because nowadays many of the Korean companies based in Asia, they confront the challenge of localization, how they can localize their capabilities and their managers, all the kind of their human and physical assets. And so that the question is how the Korean government can help them, those kind of the company, and eventually those kind of their assistants will have their local people or the workers and managers to nurture their capabilities. So I think there's a kind of their broadened view of industrial policy in their post-pandemic GVC.
Okay, well, we don't want to spend more time because I promised that I will open the floor, so I'll receive some questions from the floor. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and speak very briefly and also introduce yourself very briefly. Anybody who wants to raise a question to any speakers here? Don't disappoint me because I try to run fast to save some time for the interaction with the audience. Nobody. Maybe topic is so broad and the supply chain disruption is a very simple word, but it's very, very broad and has many different implications. Let me just invite anybody, from the floor? Okay, then maybe still we have a few minutes left. Coming into Korea, for especially Mr. Koopman, Korea pretty well as a trading nation, make a huge economic development, through trade, but we are facing some difficulties. Anything you want to recommend to the current government policymakers vis-a-vis trade, supply chain, or foreign direct investment? Some people are saying this. Our big companies like Samsung and LG, Hyundai are investing heavily into United States. And some people say that this is strategically right thing to do, or some people say that as normal people think that we are losing our job opportunities, things like that. So, what kind of policy or recommendation you would like to provide for Korean policymakers?
Well, I think that they should continue to push for discussions at the multilateral level or even in the regional level. So CPTPP, the Pacific Economic Community, I think is what it's called. If you can't do it in Geneva, can you do it in another setting where there's cooperation and discussion and coordination? I think that's the most important thing. Also, don't expect policy to be perfect. Lots of discussions around trade restrictions and COVID and food security and stuff. But I would argue that without something like the WTO, the world would have been much worse. So it wasn't perfect, but it worked pretty well. And so I think Korean policymakers need to engage with the US, with the European Union, with other, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, around, we need to have an open discussion about these things and make sure that we have reasonable rules. They don't have to be perfect, but we need to abide by rules.
Well, I'm about to close our session. Anybody who wants to raise any question from the floor? Somebody who just walked in from outside, maybe no? Well, then as a moderator, I'm pretty much precise, punctual. I'm just ending our session 3:15 sharp. Okay, so now with this, I would like to conclude our session. It was very useful, and I want to ask you join me in thanking our speakers, in applauding, for their excellent contribution. I also would like to extend our deep gratitude to the staffs and workers who work behind the scene to make this session very successful. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, panelists, for joining us, and thank you to our moderator for leading this session. I believe that was thorough discussion and presentation. That's why we don't have some questions from the floor. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation. And now this brings us to the end of our session too. And now we will have a short break. And ladies and gentlemen, the next session will start here at the same venue from 3:30 p.m. Korea Standard Time. Please enjoy this coffee break and please come back to this hall. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now resume with session 3, related to the last R, which is reform. As you can see on the stage, we're joined by our moderator and esteemed panelists, and this session will be a presentation and a discussion under the theme of digital transformation and Asia's cooperation in the era of global recession. And this session will be chaired by Professor Kim Do-hoon of Seogang University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Bonjour tout le monde. As I stayed in France for 7 years for my study and work at the OECD, I'm always attempted to speak my second favorite language after Korean. Welcome to the third session of ADB Annual Meeting of the Asian Korea session, which is entitled as Digital Transformation and Asia's Cooperation in the Era of Global Recession. I think that Korea might be the most relevant place where we can open this kind of session, because since around 20 years ago, Korea has been regarded as mostly digitized countries in the world. Many people found Korea as the place where we can have a very free Wi-Fi access. So digital transformation has been impacting the Korean economy as well as Korean industries and Korean people. So we can regard Korea the mostly digitally transformed country in the world. Having said that, we are talking about 3 R's today. We talked about already recover, reconnect, and now it seems that we should deal with reform. But I think this session is, to me, a kind of a bridge between reconnect and reform, because digital transformation, as mentioned in the morning by our Deputy Prime Minister, digital transformation is a way of connecting people. He mentioned 3 connectivities, and we know that, we know that digitization tends to connect people and companies and countries throughout the world. But we don't know whether it connects all the people, all the companies, all the countries in the world, as well as in this region, because we are talking about also digital divide. We know that in this part of the world also, we can find some countries very lagging behind from this digital transformation trend. So we have a very distinguished panelists today who can deal with this issue very, very efficiently. So I would like to introduce our most distinguished panelists. Left to me, a lady coming from very far away, from Geneva, but it seems that she's originally from Malaysia, our neighboring country. So please give her a big applause. Sulina Abdullah. Again, a gentleman coming from very far away, but I think most Koreans feel like his place might be close than real distance. He's from Stanford University, Richard Desher. Now, two Korean discussants, Professor Lee Seung-ju from Jungwang University, and Dr. Park Kyung-yeol. Actually, he gave me a name card with KAIST, so I thought he was directly from northern side of Seoul, but it seems that he is coming from Japan. Please give him a big applause, Kyung-yeol Park. So, without further ado, please, maybe I should talk about the time allocation. Actually, Sulina might have less than 20 minutes, yeah, and three of other discussants might have 8 to 10 minutes. And differently from other moderators, I intend to invite vigorously your intervention from audience on their speeches. So please prepare. Please, Sulina.
안녕하세요. And just for you, Professor Kim, bonjour. Thank you. Professor Kim stole my line. I was going to quote from the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister this morning. I still will. He addressed the three connectivities that he sees moving forward, one being digital connectivity, and that rapid technology development will be a game changer, he said. Digital connectivity will be a new capital in the future, and it's important that we show the benefits of digital innovation. We need to strengthen digital cooperation in developing capacity and fostering talent in particular. From several speakers throughout the day, we heard that connectivity and digital tools are important moving forward, and sustaining digitalization and DT, or digital transformation, which includes connectivity, will be a challenge. My job in the next 19 minutes has been made easier by the previous speakers in laying the groundwork for my presentation on DT and connectivity. What I will try to do is make the case for why it is imperative for policymakers to foster an enabling environment for digital transformation and connectivity, and where investments should be targeted if digitalization and digital transformation is the goal. Today, when we talk about technology, it's always digital. And when we speak of digital, it's digital transformation for development, for sustainability. And now when we talk about the SDGs, it's not about achieving them by 2030, it's about rescuing them. And digitalization or digital transformation is acknowledged as being the key to that. However, time is not on our hands. Resources are scarce, and at this stage, do we have the data to support targeted investments and interventions? I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting the ITU, International Telecommunication Union, to share a few thoughts today on digital transformation. I realize that we are seeking answers to key questions on this area, and fundamentally, how can key stakeholders address some of the challenges to ensure a faster, inclusive, and human-centric digital transformation, especially with regard to investments, infrastructure, capacity building in developing countries. First, I'd like to introduce you very quickly to the ITU. We were established in 1865, and we are the UN Specialized Agency for ICTs. We also do a lot of work in digital, which is the natural progression for us because all our members are working towards developing digital and implementing digital transformation. Collectively, the ITU is responsible for the engine that powers the internet. We are unique in the UN system. Apart from our 193 member states, we have almost 1,000 members from the private sector, academia, international, regional organizations, NGOs, you name it. From telcos to OTTs, big tech companies, space players, AI companies. Governments and industry have worked together in ITU dating back to the late 1870s, and working in a multi-stakeholder environment is in our DNA. Our footprint isn't as large as many other UN agencies, but we are well served by our offices in these 15 locations. Geneva is our base, hence me coming from there. And our objective is to connect everyone, everywhere. And that is our absolute priority. No ifs, no buts. And we are guided by two strategic goals: universal connectivity and sustainable digital transformation. Moving along, governments focus on digital transformation today for growth and development. But how does digital transformation work as a key factor for sustainable economic growth? ITU considers digital transformation the harnessing of digital connectivity and technology for enhanced well-being, prosperity, and sustainability. It is a process to be sustained. And once you start to harness ICTs, you have to do it continuously. It's like when you got your first mobile phone. There's no turning back. You're not ever going to give it away, and you keep upgrading. So that's what digital transformation is about. It's a journey, and it's not an end in itself. It allows governments to upgrade the economy, allowing you to do existing things better through productivity gains, and to do new things through innovation. Economic development typically involves the transition from an economy dominated by agriculture to one dominated by services, and digital transformation can accelerate this transition as well. What's also important on this slide is the reference to universal and meaningful connectivity. And that's the concept of a user being able to do anything she or he wants online whenever he or she needs to do it. And to sustain digital transformation, there must be universal and meaningful connectivity. So today, universal connectivity alone is not sufficient. It has to be meaningful. And please hold this thought, because I will come back to this later. Back to digital transformation, ITU's approach is based on the tried and tested formula of access, adoption, and value creation, spread over 10 streams or building blocks. We employ a 6-step approach to the wheel, beginning with a diagnostic assessment and based on 200+ indicators. Based on our data and the 200+ indicators, we looked at the journey that the Republic of Korea and the other regional members of the ADB have taken in digital transformation over the past 20 years, measuring the correlation between where you are in terms of the wheel and GNI per capita. Early 2000s, the backdrop was the reform of the telecom sector and the separation of the policymaker and regulator, setting up of independent regulatory authorities. It was all about convergence, coming together of telecoms, broadcasting, and the internet, and everything which flows along the network, content, data, you name it. Internet penetration was nascent, and that was when broadband rollout started globally. Everyone was in the first box of the DT wheel score. ADB regional members are in the green circles, Republic of Korea, the red circle. Fast forward to the end of that decade. Independent and autonomous regulatory authorities were the norm. High-speed broadband was being rolled out. Internet penetration well underway. And there was relative regulatory maturity to facilitate all that and build an attractive investment environment. Leading countries are now in the second box of the DT Wheel score, and you can see the start of the leading countries breaking away from the rest, Korea advancing steadily. By 2017, there was a marked distinction between countries which had invested in the fundamentals of digital transformation and those which were not able to progress as quickly. This period also saw the launch of ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index, a global reference for countries on cybersecurity readiness. Front runners breached the second box and were well ahead in the third, and there is now a distinct gap, as you can see. In 2021, there is a distinct group of countries who had invested in the fundamentals of digital transformation and were clearly ahead and well underway, with many in the fourth box. Korea's steady journey charted in red, but the gap is pronounced, and we can see there are still countries lagging behind, still some in the first box. Question is, how do we move the countries in the first quadrant closer to where Korea is, for instance? Where are the hurdles? What are the gaps? How can we fix them? And what sort of investments are required? Do we have the data to support these interventions? Which is a good segue to introduce the figure of 2.7 billion people offline in the world in 2022, according to ITU estimates. And we are the global authority on all these statistics. And why? The finger is often pointed at infrastructure, or the lack of it. But is that really the case? Why are some countries still in the first box? And how can the development and investment community support them? To maximize its impact on society and the economy, digital connectivity must be universal and meaningful. I mentioned that previously. And this chart illustrates two dimensions of connectivity: use, ranging from none to universal, and quality, ranging from no connectivity to meaningful connectivity. The two dimensions are complementary, neither universal connectivity with poor quality, nor meaningful connectivity for very few will yield significant society-wide benefits. Now, we in this room, we take connectivity for granted. But among the 5.3 billion people connected in the world, many millions are connected, but not meaningfully, because they struggle with connectivity that is either too slow, unreliable, costly, or they don't have the skills to use it. The meaningful connectivity targets provide concrete benchmarks for sustainable, inclusive global progress in specified action areas. A year ago, we announced this new set of UN targets for universal and meaningful digital connectivity to be achieved by 2030. But what is the problem? Why are there still huge pockets of communities of people not connecting? Is it really infrastructure? Our studies show that 95% of the world's population now has access to a mobile broadband network. 95% can get access to a 3G signal, 88% to a 4G signal globally. So it's not coverage per se. Our data shows that those who are not connected lack affordability, awareness of the need for the internet, and/or the skills to access and make the most of apps and services. And then there are those who are connected but not meaningfully. So while coverage is not the main issue per se, digital infrastructure remains a challenge for universal and meaningful connectivity. But there are other challenges too. According to our data, these are the most pressing gaps: access to affordable and safe networks. And to be inclusive, we need to prioritize training and digital skills. We need to get the MSMEs into the digital space as soon as possible. The ADB has a mix of developed and developing countries as members, and you have the capacity to agree on strategies and principles that would directly benefit all countries. You are also able to offer tools, resources, and guidance to those who need it. Additionally, you could engage in direct capacity building assistance, particularly with LDCs. I have witnessed firsthand how Korea collaborates with ASEAN. sharing experiences and supporting by way of training, policy development, rollout of high-speed broadband, cybersecurity, among the many things in this sphere. And that collaboration continues today. So together, we need to tackle foundations, digital regulation, digital infrastructure, spectrum for digital transformation, cybersecurity, regulation, and the most important, data and statistics. If we don't know where they are and why they are not online, any form of investment is going to be cast too widely. And at this point, with 95% population coverage globally, we need targeted interventions supported by evidence, driven by data. To address what you see on the screen is difficult. And this explains why funding for data is also lacking. And even where you have data, it often lacks quality, granularity, frequency, and timeliness to be useful or actionable. So the objective is clearly to have more countries invest in data. Accordingly, we need more investment in data ecosystems. So far, we've seen where we are in digital transformation today and what some of the major challenges are for developing countries. So why the race to digitalize everything? What are the major economic innovation outcomes that are spawned by digital transformation? Well, it allows for new business models, the platform economy, the gig economy. These are all enabled by digital transformation. And what are the key characteristics? It's not a state to be achieved, but a process to be sustained, says the ITU. Digital transformation is not an objective, but a means to accelerate sustainable development by improving a country's performance on the 3 dimensions of sustainable development: human well-being, economic prosperity, environmental sustainability. So to us at ITU, DT has 3 dimensions: access, adoption, and value creation as per our wheel. And a country's performance on each dimension determines its ability to initiate and sustain the process. Every individual business and the government has a role to play in sustaining digital transformation. It's the result of actions by many actors across different stakeholder groups. Among them, the government plays a particularly important role by setting the rules, by shaping the institutional and business environments through investments, and the government is a trigger and a catalyst of digital transformation. What can governments continue to do to complement these efforts and create an enabling environment for development and investment? We have been investing in regulation for the past 3 decades, and we have what we call the 5 generations of regulation. G5 is about digital regulation and forms the gold standard for lean digital governance. Considering the challenges posed by COVID-19, cross-institutional coordination and collaboration highlights the need to build a single policy and regulatory focus in the digital economy domain. And according to our latest findings, policy and regulatory strategies that can drive the digital economy and digital transformation include blending traditional with innovative policy and regulation. So innovation is not just about technology, it's about innovating in the policy and regulatory space, employing collaborative regulation, and taking a whole of government approach, skilling up and up and up. In the G5 benchmark, a country is in one of 4 categories. You are either in the limited category, transitioning, advanced, or leading. Korea is one of 9 countries in the leading category, along with Singapore and Australia from this region. How can countries within Asia-Pacific collaborate? Well, our data suggests collaboration on regional infrastructure and middle-mile connectivity is still needed. The Asia-Pacific region is incredibly diverse, with countries at very different stages of economic and digital development. And there is scope for those lagging behind to learn from countries in their regions. Our desktop intelligence tells us that these are the ADB's priorities for digital transformation, which is similar to ITU's area of focus, and I heave a sigh of relief. It's great to see that our priorities are aligned, and we would welcome partnership and collaboration with you and your members in taking this further. All the work we are doing can be used to support your goals. We have a regional team who's prepared to support and collaborate where required. This slide illustrates that it's important for the fundamentals of our DT wheel to reach a certain stage of maturity before investments bear fruit. We mapped some ADB investments against our regulatory benchmarks just to see if there are further investments required to realize the full potential of initial investments. To conclude, there is no silver bullet to all this, and countries need to adapt according to national priorities. Connectivity is one key ingredient of digital transformation. Connectivity and sustained digital transformation are two complementary and mutually reinforcing concepts. Digital transformation leads to more investment, innovation, more applications, more competition, all of which can increase the supply of and demand for connectivity, and at the same time lead to growth and development. However, both are challenges moving forward. Now, obviously, the more and the better the connectivity, the bigger its impact on digital transformation. And so at ITU, we champion the concept of universal and meaningful connectivity. But what does that mean for the policymaker? We would like to suggest that this means, as part of their digital strategy, they must move from a narrow focus on infrastructure and on connecting everyone to a more holistic approach that encompasses skills and quality for a start. So we have to ensure connectivity is meaningful. If there's one message I'd like to leave you today, it's that. And we believe that's the starting point for digital transformation. The longer it takes to get those 2.7 billion people online, the more challenging it will be to get there. In other words, to achieve digital transformation, we need to connect everyone, everywhere, and because I'm Malaysian, I will have to say all at once, meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Sulina. Actually, it seems that she explained all the necessary things we should do to enhance digital transformation in the country, in the region, in the world. Especially the word which struck me is the digital transformation. We need to achieve this everyone, everywhere, meaningfully. Thank you for your presentation. Even though you emphasized on that element, it seems that we still need to we still have a long way to go to achieve that goal. Next, it seems that the organizers gave them a certain set of questions to discussants, but I asked them to choose the more preferred questions. Please, Richard Desher, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. I'm very happy and want to thank the organizers for inviting us to talk on what is really a very important topic. And a lot of what I will say is going to pick up from what you just presented. First of all, what I'm going to focus on is really understanding what digital transformation is and how it fits in with innovation, and a little bit on the overall impact on economic structure as well as economic growth. So, no one today has used the word industrial revolution, which is kind of a surprise to me, because we're in the middle of at least one and probably two industrial revolutions that are going on at the same time. The spread of digital data, and including digital connectivity, and I'd like to say how good it is that the focus on connectivity is made in your presentation, because what's different about our world now? Go back to the first two industrial revolutions. The first one was really mechanization. The second was new ways of using machines. And in the second is where we saw electrification, it's where we saw the growth of assembly line manufacturing. So the third digital revolution was the spread of digital data. The fourth are the new tools that we are using in order to take advantage of digital data and they assume the world of cloud computing. This is not something in the future. 99% of companies are using at least one or two cloud applications. For example, email. Anyway, as a result of these new tools and new environment that we're in, we have to transform ourselves in order to be able to take advantage of the situation. Digital transformation is response to this huge change in the world. There are a few brand new companies that just were there. They didn't have to transform themselves. Look at Zoom Communications. There are some companies that are the 21st century equivalent of the blacksmith shop that probably cannot continue. But almost all of the rest of the private sector has to transform itself. And so does government, and so does the university, the educational sector, because to keep up in this new world, we need to have a different sense of where value is created and where it lies, what we need from the world. The automobile is a great example. No longer are the most top-line cars distinguished by their performance characteristics in terms of how fast they run or how well they're manufactured. It's the kind of data that comes, it's the kind of ICT tools that are in the car. New Tesla is really an IT platform on wheels. And this, in turn, is impacting things like the entire structure of cities. Cities need to change in order to take advantage of the connectivity that is possible from these new technologies. So in this regard, we do have to see the impact on innovation, where innovation is a much broader process than just technology development. Innovation itself is a way of creating new value in response to some change. It's how the human race has survived. We're not the strongest animal, we're not the fastest animal. We innovate tools better than anybody else does. So this kind of innovation involves things like business models. It involves new kinds of interpersonal team relationships in companies. It definitely involves a new approach by both government and the educational sector to ensuring that, as you said, this kind of digital connectivity will not only happen fast, it will happen with inclusivity, and it will happen in a meaningful way. It will be human-centric. So we have to change our thinking in this regard, and unfortunately, neither the educational sector nor the government sector is keeping up. Regulation is years behind the state of the art, and the state of the art is moving much faster than the regulator's ability. We have to find a new way to interact between the research community, the industrial community, and the regulator community. And unfortunately, as someone in a university, even in my forward-looking university, a large number of professors have not seen a change in how they interact with their students. So we really have to think about what skills people will need in the future in order to thrive, not just survive, but thrive in this world of digital transformation. So certainly digital transformation creates huge new opportunities for innovation. It also creates huge new risks. And one of the risks is that it will not be inclusive. Another one of the risks is that we'll let what happened in the last set of industrial revolutions happen this time around, and we will have centuries of trying to clean up the environment. So we must change to a more forward-looking, proactive way of seeing how new technologies are impacting fundamental human relationships like those in business as well as those in personal life, and avoid the problems before they happen. I think that's a good place for me to stop my comments. I'd be happy to answer more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Desher. Actually, as I told you, he's not far from us, actually, because he raised many familiar terms we use in Korea when we talk about digital transformation. As you mentioned, industrial revolution, innovation, business models, which remind us all the government strategies and business strategies of Korea. Except maybe, as you mentioned, inclusively. That's the kind of a little bit lacking element of our concern, maybe. Thank you for your discussion. And later, if you like, you can take a floor again, because you saved.
Oh, just to mention inclusivity. When you think about what new businesses have done, they create a lot of wealth for the founders of the business and for a few people. Some of the new businesses create more economic opportunities for large numbers of people. Say what you will about things like Uber. A lot of people were able to benefit economically thanks to that new kind of business coming out. We need to consider and evaluate the impact across the population of every new business that comes along.
Thank you again. And next, really, our neighbor from Seoul. So please, Professor Lee Sung-ju from Chung-Ang University.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. I received 4 questions from the organizers, and I would like to make my remarks centered on 3 points. First of all, when it comes to digital transformation, what is the impact of DT on sustainable development? This is what I would like to cover. And secondly, of course, digital transformation has huge implications for our industries and our economy, but at the same time, it has implications for ideology, international politics, and our regulatory frameworks. So I'd like to approach digital transformation from that perspective. Thirdly, I would like to discuss regional cooperation between countries for digital transformation, how we can promote and incentivize regional cooperation to accelerate digital transformation. So going to my first point, digital transformation is indeed a key topic of this age. And digital transformation has wide and deep implications and impact on our society and our daily lives. And digital transformation has implications for sustainable development. Now we have many global challenges. And in responding to and addressing global challenges, digital transformation has been very helpful because it provides us with specific tools to address some of the pending global challenges. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic and the global climate crisis, these are threatening us. But for the past 2 years, since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, we began to understand how much contribution has been made by digitalization. Of course, there are varying degrees of digital transformation in various countries, but we have learned that we can address the global pandemic using digital technology. One example is that, of course, different countries have different situations, but during the pandemic, we learned in many countries that lockdown measures were taken, and if we had not had any digital tools, then these lockdowns would be detrimental. But we were able to utilize digital solutions to overcome some of the constraints of the lockdown. And in this process, people began to accept and understand the practical benefit of using digital technology. Therefore, people began to understand that digital transformation is essential and it can contribute to promoting sustainable development. And there have been many changes in Korea as well, as was mentioned by many other speakers. Domestically speaking, in Korea, digital transformation has provided many new innovative digital services. And digital services have contributed to enhancing welfare and well-being of the vulnerable members of the society. If we did not have digital tools, then we would not have been able to provide remote education and remote learning. And then these vulnerable members of the society would be marginalized and would not have been able to receive education during the pandemic. But thanks to digital services and solutions, now we were able to provide remote education universally across the nation. And digital tools and services provide education and training opportunities for most members of the society. So in that sense, digital transformation does have great contribution to sustainable development. And the next point that I want to make is that globally, when you look at many countries, they're faced with social challenges. In the past, many countries had to deal with industrial challenges and economic development, and a lot of people thought that economic growth and social welfare may have some trade-offs. But now, digital transformation seems to offer the possibility of promoting social welfare and economic growth at the same time. In Asia, for instance, Korea and Japan, we are experiencing aging population. And aging population is a very serious social issue. And we are working hard to try to respond to aging population. But so far, not much progress has been made. But you can imagine using digital solutions to address challenges associated with aging population. And people are beginning to discover new solutions. One example in Japan is that there's a higher percentage of elderly drivers, which tend to lead to higher traffic accidents. So this was a report in Japan. And you can imagine utilizing autonomous driving, and autonomous driving solutions can help reduce accident rates and increase safety for elderly senior drivers. So you can see that digital transformation can help address many of the social challenges. And you can see the benefits of using digital technology for the betterment of our society. And of course, when it comes to specific industries and business models and technologies, there may be different cases. But I would also like to mention that all these advancements and developments are taking place within the framework of a regulatory and legal basis. And we need a more harmonized legal framework and regulatory framework to facilitate digital transformation. We really need to make sure that we need to have a better environment for the platform economy. Many high-tech companies in advanced countries have created the platform business models, and they're expanding their business, and there is high level of data integration and data flow across borders. And such data flows have created new business models and new companies. But we also need to take note of the fact that the US and China are engaged in competition, strategic competition. And such competition has potential to impact the platform economy and the platform companies. The US and China are adopting very different approaches to fostering their platform companies, and they are moving in very different directions. And we need to see what kind of implications these divergence of directions will have on the platform economy. And we also need to think about privacy protection and data protection and in other many sensitive areas, we need to see that the US and China are employing very different approaches. And these may have some negative impact on digital transformation. Digital transformation has been going on despite many headwinds, but now we need to also examine digital transformation in the context of larger geopolitical tensions between the US and China. So we need to consider that aspect as well. And finally, in the process of digital transformation, we need to think about global cooperation and regional cooperation. As was mentioned by the presenter, Korea is a leader in digital transformation. And in Asia, you may see that the Asian region has huge potential for digital transformation because it has very dynamic economies. So many other regions are trying to enhance connectivity to these dynamic economies in the region, and these will further accelerate the digital transformation process. And other than Korea and Japan, in Asia, there are young populations, and these young workforces, they have better skills and digital skills, and they're more familiar with digital technology. So this means that countries in Asia, they have higher level of acceptance of digital technology because their population is younger. But at the same time, I would like to point out that in Asia, there are many gaps and divides, especially in terms of digital skills and capabilities. And across Asia, there have been these gaps and divides that have hampered the acceleration of digital transformation. But if we cooperate in the region to provide incentives for digital transformation by narrowing the gaps among countries, then we can turn this around and use this as an opportunity to promote diversity in the region. And we need to focus on turning this issue of gaps and divisions to promoting diversity and diversity of economies in the region. And especially, we need to cooperate closely with Southeast Asian countries by providing them with technical support and other kinds of support. And in doing so, Korea can play a role in facilitating regional cooperation for digital transformation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Lee. It seems that he emphasized all the virtues of digital transformation in order to solve all the technological problems and social problems. And he mentioned also the virtue of platform economy. And with a little bit of reservation of a digital divide phenomena across borders, but he emphasized again the Korea's capacity to contribute to solve this digital divide across countries in this Asia-Pacific region. Thank you for that. Next, last but not least, Dr. Park Kyung-yeol. It seems that he prepared certain kind of the government role in this regard, especially in Korea. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair Professor Kim. I can be flexible, actually, given this the changing situation in our panel. So before I begin, let me thank you very much for Selena, your wonderful presentation. It was very informative, as well as very insightful feedbacks from this distinguished panelist. I think indeed we are experiencing very difficult time with a series of not only the economic downturn or global pandemic, but also sort of social environmental crisis, including climate change and natural disaster and also man-made disasters these days. So, but I can see there might be some little bit hope and expectation, especially in the intersection between digital transformation and international development cooperation, like this field. Actually, my very first job was the computer teacher as a volunteer in Tanzania back in 2004. I spent 2.5 years in the field. Since then, I have witnessed, this, emerging technologies and great progress in this field. So, especially Sub-Saharan Africa, it's fabulous achievements already been there, especially the mobile revolution and technologies is already touched upon from the Solina's presentation. So that's why today's session is really timely and very meaningful. But I'd like to ask just very additional point of views to the previous discussions. So number one is data, importance of data and information sharing for digital transformation. And second one is there might be some new emerging opportunities from this advanced technologies, including we discussed about machine learning techniques and AI and remote sensing data, etc., for better transparency and digital management, etc. And then, last but not least, this is one of the most difficult things. At the end of the day, digital transformation is not the issue of technology or finance or statistical capacity. It's more about institutional settings, professionally mentioned, and also international cooperation. And most important part is, for me, cultural change in an organization. So I'd like to, hopefully maybe I have some time to touch upon these issues. So the biggest question would be, what existing value can we achieve, and also what kind of new values can we create through the digital transformation? Maybe connecting to Professor Dasher's point of view, so you emphasize about creating values is the real challenge. But the bigger challenge is actually always values are conflicting each other. So it's the question, the much more important question is whose value? So different stakeholders have a different, socioeconomic incentives and rationales, and even philosophical assumption is different from different countries. So that's why we really need to ask some fundamental questions. So public values, for whom and for what? I think the typical example is the conflicting values between transparency and privacy. So, for example, how can we achieve digital transformation and data sharing in the nuclear sector? How can we promote people working in the nuclear sector to join the open data initiatives? It's really a difficult issue. And then participation versus efficiency or effectiveness. So, but actually transparency can be the prerequisite for better engagement from citizens to have a better participation in policy process, etc. But actually transparency cannot lead to accountability. We see these kind of things in many cases. And transparency does not necessarily lead to the participation because people are very busy. Even though the presidential election, there's only the election voting rate is only 70%. So how we can actually include different type of marginalized groups into the decision-making process. That's the kind of key issue. So the creating values, this is also included in Selena's presentation. I really like the kind of circle type of framework, including access and adapt and value. So, but we also need to ask about whose value should we focus in this round. And number two is about technology. Maybe I can be very short. So these days, we have a different type of analytical powers and computational powers as well. But at the same time, I'd like to particularly highlight the importance of remote sensing data and satellite image. So when I worked for the World Bank, actually that was almost like 15 years ago. And whenever we go to field, we did a kind of household survey, which is extremely costly and very much labor intensive. But these days, utilizing satellite image and remote sensing data, we can actually generate poverty map very easily. One of our research in my school, we based on the convolutional neural network, which is a machine learning technique, to analyze the post-disaster situation, and then where exactly we can start ADN allocation based on this disaster mapping. So especially Asian and Pacific regions, actually we are very vulnerable in terms of natural disaster. So there might be kind of real opportunity for the international cooperation, especially between Korea and ASEAN. I heard like there is already discussions going on, and even ADB and ITU has been leading this kind of new emerging technologies based projects. So thanks to those kind of the leadership from the organization. And last part is more about governance and institutional setting. I think I'd like to coming back to the beautiful framework, ITU framework, access, adapt, and value, and institutional arrangement and legal policy and regulatory frameworks. If I may add one more layer to this framework, I think that Professor Lee already gave us very good insight, because we need a kind of international collaboration for shaping the common agenda and then normative framework, especially AI ethics is there, and data transparency, and privacy. We all know the GDPR is driven by the EU, but at the same time we have sort of market-driven US approach, and how can I say, maybe central government-driven Chinese approach. So it seems like three different frameworks are competing each other, and we do not have a kind of commonly agreed frameworks in terms of data transfer and regulation of AI, etc. And GPAI was not inclusive, and then new, the regulatory framework discussion is actually trapped in the kind of this US and China rivalry situation. But we really need to engage also different stakeholders in terms of this, the shaping process of regulatory frameworks in emerging technologies. Maybe finally, to the Korean government, as just a suggestion, we have, according to my limited experience with Korean government, but we have a lack of experiences in actively participating in the global shaping process of, how can I say, framework or normative settings in the field of international field. From the perspective of quantitative perspective, it has been increased in terms of ODA and the donation or engagement with the ADB and then multinational development bank. It has been increased a lot. But like political leadership, I think it's a time for the Korean government, for us to actively participating in this kind of shaping process of global norm setting, especially in the emerging technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bak.
네, 감사합니다. 박경열 박사님.
I don't intend to compare this session to others, but I'm very happy to have all of them because they didn't prepare all the ready-made documents to express their thoughts about this theme. I think it has made this session more dynamic, more enthusiastic. So I am very happy about that, and I'm very thankful to you, our panelists. As I promised, if some of you in the floor have comments or questions to panelists, please raise your hand, please. And can you give him microphone? And
Yes, we will pass the microphone.
yeah, after short introduction of yourself, and please 2 or 3 minutes.
Hello. I am a consultant at YS Corporation. I am Kim Young-seok. I would like to ask a question to Professor Seung-Ju Lee of Chungang University. You mentioned about the strategic competition between the US and China over technological leadership, especially when it comes to 5G network and 6G network and batteries for automobiles and semiconductors. So these are sensitive industries where the two countries are competing. And among these industries, as for semiconductor, Korea is #1, and it is doing better than China. And as for 5G network and battery competitiveness, I would say that China is better than Korea. The US has technology but does not have enough production capacities. So in that sense, I believe that these key industries are the battlegrounds for the US and China. Professor Lee, I would like to ask you your thoughts on the direction going forward of this strategic competition, and what should Korea do in this competition between the two?
Any other comment or question from floors? Then,
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentations. My name is Paulo Medas from the IMF. I think it was briefly mentioned, I think the digital transformation has potential tremendous impact, positive impact to people, to businesses, to governments. But some people also mentioned concerns with security, with inequalities, or inclusiveness, as was mentioned. Wanted to ask how big of problems, obstacles these things are, or do you think it can be easily overcome, or could potentially undermine the transformation? Thank you.
thank you. If not, as a kind of lazy moderator, actually, I liked our panelists. Actually, I saw Selena ready to raise issues. So if you have any comments or questions to each other, Please. Selena?
Thank you, Professor Kim. Actually, maybe Professor Lee should answer the question first, and then I will try to address the final question. Thank you.
And I would like to invite Professor Lee. And after Professor Lee, as we have American professor here, maybe you can talk about your view on his question. Yeah, please.
네, 그 질문.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. There's strategic competition between the US and China, and they're competing over key strategic technologies, as you rightfully pointed out. So then, why is technology so critical in this competition? So we need to think about this question. First of all, technology, especially high-tech industries, these industries will not only determine the present competitiveness, but also future competitiveness of these countries. And the strategic competition between the two countries has just begun. It is not going to be a short-term competition, but it is going to continue for a long time, according to many views. So it is critical for these countries to secure sources of competitiveness for their future, and that is why they are fiercely competing over key technologies. But then these technologies have implications for values and political orientations. And as you know, the US and China have different paradigms and different ideologies and different political values. So these differences are well projected in this current strategic competition over technology. And because they're engaged in strategic competition, the US and China are quickly turning technology issues into security issues or national security issues. So these issues are not just technological in nature, but they have implications for national security. In this 21st century, when it comes to digital technologies, these are not just purely for business operation, or the distinction between technologies for businesses and technologies for military operations are being blurred. As you can see in the case of the war in Ukraine, many drones are being deployed, and many of these drones were originally developed for commercial purposes, but they are now used for military purposes. And you may know that the military forces, they obtain satellite data. These satellite data were originally planned for commercial purposes, but you can see that these satellite images are used for military operations. So there's decoupling between technologies and domains. And it shows how technological leadership is critical for national security. But at the same time, the US and China are not trying to decouple commercial interests and economic interests. It means that the US and China are very closely connected in terms of their commercial and economic interests. So some compare their relations as sham twins. So they are basically having one body, but they have two heads. So this is a symbolic metaphor that describes the current relations between the US and China. Then what should be the stance taken by Korea? The same is applied to this question. We need to have technological autonomy and our own strength and our own competitiveness. And this is something the Korean government has to support and foster. But at the same time, we need to remember that inclusivity is critical. We should not just have our own technology, but also such technologies have to be more inclusive. It means that Korea should be able to utilize our own technology and use it to promote cooperation with other countries and work with other countries. So in that sense, I believe that Korea has to continue to maintain independence in terms of technological relations, but at the same time, we need to be ready and to be willing to work with other countries for mutual interest. Thank you.
The reason why I invited your intervention, Professor, this year, actually, he seems to mention that even though the United States invited a lot of investment from Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, etc., according to him, on the areas of telecom, so-called 5G telecom and battery, it seems that China is more advanced. So how can you deal with this problem?
So I think that it's very important to understand how the competitiveness arose. Essentially, in a typical capitalist economy, companies are going to go for the best sort of profit margin that they can go for. And as we saw in the previous session, until relatively recently, the main purpose of supply chains was increased economic efficiency, which on a global level meant that low-margin products tended to be made in countries like China. And the real reason Huawei had such a big share of the telecom equipment market is because none of the other telecom makers really wanted to make those basic kind of devices. Technology now is usually considered to be part of a stack. And the semiconductor is relatively low down in the stack. That doesn't mean it's necessarily the low value added. It means that what you will have are individual companies aiming for their best overall profit portfolio. So into this, we do have to deal with national security issues. It is true that data can be used for any purpose, military as well as civilian. And this is one reason why it's hard to get COVID data out of China. It's now considered national security issue. So one of the, unfortunately the world has not moved beyond this. And in this new world, what's important for us is to make sure that we have enough resilience in our supply chains, redundancy in our supply chains, as well as not losing the people skills that are behind creating the new technologies. In the United States, the semiconductor industry stopped doing its own manufacturing for the most part about 20 years ago. And as a result of that, you're having to import a lot of people with manufacturing know-how in regard to semiconductors. This is fine as long as we've got a world in which there's free flow of knowledge-intensive workers. But also in regard to what Dr. Park said, this, the value of open data is really critical, and one of the key functions that government has to do is on an international level to look at emerging problems. GDPR did a great thing for many American startup companies who used that as their model for how to handle data privacy issues well before any regulations happened in the United States. So I think that we can do better on all of these approaches, but thank you very much for great questions.
Okay, actually, before asking Selena, I would like to ask Dr. Park Kyung-yeol to do another homework. Actually, I intended to ask this question to all of you panelists, but because of time limit, what would be key factors leading digital transformation towards connectivity rather than division? That would be my question. Please, after Selena's intervention, a response to Mr.
I think this answer is kind of also in response to your question. I was going to say that absolutely, I mean, the more connected you are, the bigger the divide with those who are not connected. So the digital divides get bigger. Richard and I were just having a conversation about that. In fact, ITU data has shown that there are 5 distinct divides. There is an income divide, urban-rural, education, gender, and generational divide, youth versus people who are older. And if you don't arrest that early, it's going to get worse. What you need to do is to really have the policies and regulation in place. You have to mainstream it. If you don't tackle the digital divides, your connectivity is not going to be meaningful. And security, it has to be part and parcel of the DNA when you are looking at connectivity. If you don't, it can go south very, very quickly, which is why there's a lot of cooperation in the field of cybersecurity. So digital literacy, digital hygiene, that sort of thing is very, very important by governments. And again, the call to policymakers and regulators to expand your scope. When you're talking about digital strategies, it's not just infrastructure, it's all the soft skills as well, as Richard has mentioned. And above all, to do all this, you need political will. Your leaders must want to do it. Thank you.
Dr. Park Kyung-yeol. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think Selena already mentioned the answer, and then actually I do not have a very special answer for that. Maybe in order to answer your, your homework actually, maybe I might have to do another PhD. So maybe let me assign that topic to one of my PhD students. But I think the digital inclusion is really matter, and then I think the digital literacy and the educational system is really good. It's good kind of a instrument for addressing this gap. I think we don't need to necessarily focus on the kind of a vocational training, but at the same time we need to establish kind of holistic educational program in terms of privacy and human rights and digital rights, etc. So that's my kind of short answer. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists. Please give them big applause. Yeah, according to our distinguished panelists, it seems that digital transformation enhances everything. It tries to solve the problems we are facing in the world, in the region, in the country. But we are having always this problem, digital divide, inclusivity problem. In order to improve this situation, I would like to ask the international organizations such as ITU, ADB, and the governments of all the countries to help this effort to reduce digital divide. That's my word to conclude this session. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator and our esteemed panelists, for that in-depth discussion under the big theme of reform, and we had the chance to talk about digital transformation and our cooperation as well. So ladies and gentlemen, now we'd like to have a short break. Please enjoy this break and come back to this hall for our last session, which will begin 5 p.m. We ask for your active participation. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, and welcome back to the Korea Seminar Day. Finally, we're here, almost end of today's sessions. And before we introduce our last speakers up onto the stage, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to everyone. Thank you once again for your patience. And this last session will be related to the last R, reform. But this time, we'd like to turn our attention to a little bit different aspect. So the title of this session will be Post-Pandemic Fiscal Management System for Fiscal Sustainability. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Park Jong-soo, professor at Ewha Womans University. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. This is the last session of a Korean this seminar event, and focused on the fiscal challenges after the COVID-19 pandemic. It affects a lot of the impact on fiscal sustainability and the prudent financial management system. So we'd like to focus on how can we build a better the fiscal management system, considering needs both of future fiscal crisis, and how can we make some fiscal space and flexibility of fiscal discipline in the case of a crisis. As you know, the COVID-19 severely affected the revenue and the expenditures of countries of globe, including Asia. The shock was not limited to the health sector, but also the effect to the infrastructure and the social security system as well. So the experience said that the policymakers should secure a future fiscal space by strictly managing fiscal balance in order to respond to the future crisis. On the other hand, the pandemic also raised the needs of fiscal flexibility enough to respond to the vulnerable the classes as well. In response to these challenges, our session brings some the experts from Korea and the international organization. Let me introduce our the presenter and the distinguished the panelist. The presentation that will be delivered by Paulo Medes, who is the division chief in International Monetary Fund. After the 20 minutes the presentation, we will have the discussion made by the Hyuna Kim, who is Director, Department of Fiscal Policies, the research in the KIPF, the Korea Institute for Public Finance in Korea. And then the Andrew Blasey, who is Director of Department of Finance, the Organization of the Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. The final, but not least, the panelist is Peter Morgan, who is a Senior Consulting Economist, ADBI, Asia Development Bank, the Institute. Why don't you, Paulo, get the podium for the presentation, please.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great honor to be here. The world has been hit by shock after shock, of course, affecting households and firms, but also having extraordinary effects on the public finances of countries around the world. This in part was because governments took extraordinary measures during the pandemic and had to also react to the shocks that came after, like the war in Ukraine, but also the cost of living crisis as we had a sudden surge in inflation. So in this presentation, I will highlight some findings and recommendations that we've been developing at IMF and that we continue to work. But one key aspect I wanted to talk about is how countries can learn from the lessons of the last years to improve and strengthen their fiscal frameworks, to be prepared for the next shocks, but also to be able to manage some of the pressures they are facing now as they exit the pandemic with high debt and high deficits. Okay. So let me see if okay, perfect. So, no, I think it went too far. Yeah, so just to illustrate, in the past years, governments had to manage highly volatile economic environments during the global financial crisis, the pandemic, and the recovery from it. We have seen extraordinary changes in economic growth and on inflation levels. There's been really unprecedented in the last decades. So it's really an environment where fiscal policy and policymakers have to react very fast to different changing circumstances, and where public finances are also being significantly impacted themselves by these shocks. So, okay. So just to illustrate some of the effects of these shocks on public finances, we saw unprecedented movements in public debt. In the last 3 years, in 2020, we have seen the largest increase in public debt in the last 50, 70 years, where debt jumped to 100% of GDP in 2020 as a result of the economic contraction, massive government support in response to COVID. Since then, in 2021 and 2022, we saw the opposite. We saw public debt declining significantly at the global level. So global debt posted the steepest decline in 70 years and stood at 92% of GDP at the end of 2022. And growth, economic growth and inflation contribute decisively to these reductions in deficits. But the effects were really varying significantly across countries. And the role of inflation, of inflation surprises that helped reduce debt by leading to higher nominal GDP, higher nominal revenues, allow for a significant fall in public debt ratios. It depends really from country to country. You had countries like Brazil, Greece, and to a less extent India, were helped by these very large increases in economic growth and inflation. They were able to reduce significantly their debt levels. In other countries, despite the significant positive contribution of growth and inflation, other factors led to debt not falling or even increasing. This was the case of China and Korea. So let me. But it wasn't just the impact, the automatic impact of these large changes in the economic environment, was also that this economic environment led to different policy mixes as a response to these shocks. And this is just to illustrate what we have seen is that in the recent major crisis, fiscal policy played a decisive role. And it was important to look at the interplay between monetary and fiscal policies. And what the charts show here is this illustrates the effects of this interaction of monetary and fiscal policies. And in 2020, what we saw was almost every single country in the world having both fiscal and monetary policies that were very supportive of economic growth, working hand in hand, and this was because interest rates were very low, inflation was very low, and so fiscal policy was very powerful in helping address the crisis. In 2021, as the economies were recovering, as inflation was already rising, we saw a complete shift in policies already. Central banks stopped loosening monetary policies. They went neutral. And fiscal policy started to tighten already in reaction to the faster recovery from COVID. And in 2022, we had another shift where both fiscal and monetary policy in many countries became tighter. And this was in response to the high inflation, rising interest rates, and debt concerns. So you really had the interaction of these two policies becoming very evident in these crisis years, where when you had very low interest rates, very low inflation, fiscal policy can support monetary policy in the economy. It's very effective, very powerful. When inflation is high, interest rates are rising, fiscal policy can, by tightening, can support monetary policy in fighting inflation. So the conduction, so before this crisis, this is an important point to remember, is that fiscal policy was seen as a completely separate policy from monetary policy, as being much more structural, as being slow to act. The crisis have shown that's not true, right? Okay. So what we have now at the beginning of 2023, and this is based on the latest projections of the IMF, what we have is that despite the falling global debt in 2021-22, debt is still about 8% just points above pre-pandemic projections. Primary deficits are falling and approaching pre-pandemic levels. Going forward, what we see and project based on what we know about the country's policies is that reducing debt vulnerabilities and rebuilding big fiscal buffers is an overriding priority. Right? Despite the envisaged gradual fiscal tightening in the coming years, global public debt is more elevated and projected to grow faster than foreseen before the pandemic. It is projected to start going up again already in 2023 by about 1.25 percentage points per year. By the end of our projection horizon, 2028, public debt in the world is expected to reach almost 100% of GDP, back to the record levels set in the year of the pandemic. So we are going to be living in years and years of high debt with higher interest rates. So it's going to become much more difficult to manage. But there are very important differences in these dynamics. These global trends are shaped by some of the large, advanced and emerging economies in the world. So you have the United States and China are going to have very large increases in debt if the present trends continue. You also have Japan contributing to significant increases in global debt, South Africa, Turkey, and Brazil also to a less degree, while other countries are going to face much tighter budgetary constraints and much more difficulties in managing their debt levels. And we see already many low-income countries under debt distress today. So the key then question is, countries will need to step up efforts to develop credible fiscal frameworks that can reduce the debt vulnerabilities over time and build up the necessary room to handle future shocks, but at the same time address the many needs, social and infrastructure needs of countries. Sorry. So that's where we are. And before turning to how countries can strengthen fiscal frameworks and create sound and credible medium-term frameworks, let me just highlight very quickly a few additional lessons from the crisis that I think will be important in the way these frameworks are designed. So a bit what I mentioned before, fiscal policies have been more active during large crises, and so contrary to prevalent past view that fiscal policy is slow to react and would not help address large crises and recessions, this latest crisis proved otherwise. Governments were moved very fast, very quickly. They adopted new tools, they adopted new measures, and step up public support with an incredible speed and size. The increasing deficits as a fraction of GDP for each percentage point drop in real GDP growth was larger during the global financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. That is, the degree of counter-cyclicality of fiscal policies was much larger during this crisis. Fiscal activism was even stronger when you consider fiscal measures that are not immediately recorded in deficits, such as many governments like Korea, like Japan, but also many Europeans and American governments adopted other types of support to business and families, like government loans, guarantees, and equity injections to firms. For example, in Japan and Korea, you use also the development banks and institutions to provide support to firms. So it was really unprecedented use of new tools and the incredible capacity of these governments to help households and firms. The fiscal response to major crises were also greater in advanced economies than emerging markets or low-income countries, likely reflecting the easier access to financing by advanced economies, and also perhaps better capacity institutional to react to these shocks. Some of these instruments that were used or scaled up were, for example, the unemployment income support in the United States, and the job retention schemes in the European Union that were scaled up very quickly and allowed to support either people that lost their jobs or subsidize workers' wages in firms that reduce working hours as long as the firms preserve jobs. And these were scaled up to a degree that they preserved the income of families in many of these countries, especially advanced economies. So it's really unprecedented support. Another theme that I wanted to highlight is that the crisis also highlighted the very different ability of countries to support the most vulnerable. In part was fiscal space, the ability to have the money and the resources, but also the capacity, the technology to be able to target and reach quickly. Part was already what was mentioned before, use of digital technology. In some countries, it was used very effectively to reach very quickly to those that were more vulnerable. In other countries, this was not possible. Another important lesson we have seen was that during, especially the pandemic, many of these support programs were not well targeted. So while governments were able to protect families and firms, they spend a lot of money to help people that didn't really need. And in fact, in some countries, the support was so large, it led to a reduction in poverty during the crisis, which was really unique, but at a very large cost to the budget. So the need to have much more targeted programs became evident, but this requires building the capacity before the crisis. So going now more to the fiscal and the fiscal sustainability, one of the things raised that came up also with this large support was that countries had to suspend or change their fiscal rules because they were spending much more than allowed, and that rose to levels that were much higher than allowed by the rules. This was understandable because the shocks were very large, but what our analysis shows is that the problem is that countries tend to increase significantly deficits during crisis and debt during crisis, but then they don't do the opposite in the good or normal times, which means you have an accumulation over time of debt significantly above the targets or the limits, undermining the credibility of the framework. So this is one important point that is going to need to be addressed with the new frameworks. Linked to this issue has been some economists, famous economists, have raised the point that maybe we shouldn't have debt limits. We don't care about that. Why? Because interest rates were very low, countries were able to borrow very large amounts during the crisis, so we don't care, right? Of course, the latest developments have showed actually that really matters, and many countries are getting into that distress. But it does raise the issue that when we think about fiscal frameworks, we need to think carefully how do we go about thinking about the debt sustainability. And here I use a very, very nice new model from Yam, Straub, and Sufi, which they illustrate very clearly that the issue is that even if you have what we call the natural interest rate very low, interest rates that governments paid are related to the size of debt. So even in cases where you start with a point of very low interest rates, risk-free interest rates, and you have at low levels of debt, you are able to increase deficits without problems because your debt initial interest rate is low and below growth. This is not something you can do forever. As debt rises, so the interest rates associated to your debt will rise. So investors take some utility of having of buying your debt, but if debt rises significantly, they will demand more for the risk of having your debt. And so this is what illustrates in these charts. I won't explain detail, but even when you had periods that we had in the 2000s where the interest rates or the natural interest rates came down, there were still a debt limit. There was a point at which you cannot run high deficits because your debt is going to become unsustainable. So governments still need to be careful how much they can borrow. So, and this analysis on the model is based on a steady state on the long term. But in reality, and I'm sure many governments know this, there is fiscal limits or debt limits depend on many other factors, and they can vary significantly across countries and over time. So governments need to take into account the uncertainty around key macro financial variables and other risks. So fiscal limits can also depend on factors that could shift considerably in short time horizon. So the estimates how much debt you can carry can change quickly with market conditions and risk perceptions. The chart, for example, shows how fiscal space can diminish depending on the interest elasticity of public debt. So how much perception of risks from investors. And the green bar shows that an increased investor sensitivity to the level of debt can have a large impact. For example, decrease fiscal limits for advanced economies and emerging economies by 40% and 20% of GDP respectively. If combined with higher interest rates, the reduction in fiscal pace is even greater. And that's what we are seeing right now in the world. So the appetite for government debt has declined, or the cost of carrying debt is rising. So the post-pandemic fiscal frameworks then need to take into account important lessons. One that we see is focus more on medium-term fiscal planning. Many governments are still very focused on the annual planning, which makes it very difficult to react to shocks. It's better to plan with medium-term on strategies, on defining what are your priorities, on the quality of spending measures, revenue measures, and how you're going to react in case of adverse shocks. The frameworks also have to be flexible to respond to these shocks. As we have seen, fiscal policy can be a very powerful stabilization tool, especially when monetary policy is constrained or is at a zero lower bound. But this means institutional that you need the capacity to manage this crisis. But of course, another important lesson is that if more is expected from fiscal policy during crisis, then countries need to build larger buffers during good times. And this is one thing we haven't seen. So countries have increased debt during crisis, but then they don't reduce it significantly during good times. And another important lesson is this interaction, as I mentioned, between and consistency of policies. So let me move quickly. So what we have think in our work is we have basically 4 key themes that we think it's important for countries in thinking about and improving their medium-term fiscal frameworks. One, as I mentioned, is having feasible and stable medium-term fiscal plans here with very clear revenue measures, spending measures, and with transparent fiscal anchors. What are the objectives in the medium term? What are governments trying to do? And this will help also guide expectations from markets. Have a framework that also has the flexibility to respond to shocks. For example, if you have fiscal rules, have well-defined escape clauses. Explain to investors and the public in general how you're going to react in the event of shocks. Another important point we are stressing to countries that we see weaknesses around the world is that fiscal planning needs to take much more into account risks. When you think about the strategy, you really need to do that sustainability analysis. You need to see the sensitivity of your fiscal accounts to shocks so that you're prepared and you have enough buffers. And the other point we want to mention is strengthen the institutions to develop, to be able to handle these new challenges that we are already facing but are going to be more prominent, the climate and demographics in many countries around the world. Also, in the area of fiscal transparency, fiscal reporting is still very weak among many countries. It's very difficult for the public, for investors to fully understand what's going on with the accounts of governments. And the other part we think it's important, some countries have been developing, that could strengthen the credibility of the frameworks while also allowing to be flexible, is having independent fiscal councils that would strengthen the accountability of the framework. Okay. Let me just very, very quickly on the risks. What we are saying, as I mentioned before, is that countries need larger fiscal buffers given the large shocks and the expanded role of fiscal policy. This needs to take into account the entire public sector because governments are using instruments from not just at the central government level, subnationals, state-owned enterprise, state-owned banks. So you need to have a comprehensive view of what's going on in the public sector. Integrate, like I said, better risk analysis in the fiscal plans and target a medium-term anchor that includes a safety margin, a buffer to react to shocks. If governments target a debt that is too close to the debt limit, that is where if there's any negative shock, that can become unsustainable, you're going to take in too many risks. Just a few more points I think it's important to stress is the low tax revenues in low-income countries. This is really a big source of fragilities, not only in trying to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, but also building the ability to have a more resilient economy and providing public services. And we see really a stagnant trend or a very slow-moving trend in tax revenues in low-income countries really undermines their capacity to grow and to react to shocks. I don't want to spend too much time. So just to mention on the demographics and climate, in some countries there's going to be tremendous pressure on fiscal and on budgets due to the costs of aging and due to the costs of climate. How this is addressed can have major implications for debt dynamics and debt sustainability. So for example, on climate policy, if depending on the instruments governments use, the impacts on the fiscal can be completely different. So a country, for example, like the United States that focus mainly on climate through subsidies, investment. This is going to have a very large cost in the budget and put pressure on that. A country that uses more carbon pricing, carbon taxes, will have a much less pressures on debt dynamics. So it's really the tools change completely the impact on the fiscal. And this is something governments need to think and come up with strategies. And the same on the aging, the need for pension reforms, but also when designing fiscal targets, fiscal rules, it's important to take into consideration the pressures from aging into their budgets and medium-term plans. So just very quickly, so main takeaways, fiscal policy can help build more resilient societies if governments have the tools and the fiscal space to react to large shocks. This implies that you need to prepare ex ante to improve social safety nets and that they can be scalable quickly and better targeted. You need to build larger fiscal buffers, so have this debt sustainability analysis a key part of your fiscal planning. And one way to achieve these objectives is to build a credible medium-term fiscal framework that can help you navigate these policy trade-offs. If you have a credible medium-term fiscal framework, what we see is markets are going to charge a lower price for the same level of debt. So if governments are credible, they're going to be able to access markets more easily. And as I mentioned, the medium-term fiscal plan should include anchors to guide annual budgets. They need to be consistent policies like we are seeing now. If you're trying to achieve price stability and monetary policies trying to fight inflation, fiscal needs to be consistent with that. You cannot have a fiscal policy that goes against the objectives of monetary policy. That will create macro instability. Again, stress the risk-based approach and flexible to respond to shocks. This is really a key weakness in many fiscal frameworks around the world. The need to incorporate long-term challenges in these frameworks. Some countries are doing it, including the region. New Zealand, Australia have been developing some very interesting analysis on how to think about these issues. And then strengthen fiscal institutions, transparency and accountability. And we have been stressing this is another important part, especially because what governments are trying to do is really balance between credibility and flexibility. And having strong fiscal institutions can help achieve that balance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your excellent presentation, Paulo. Considering his flight, the distance and flight time, we could be a little bit generous for the time management of his presentation. He gave us the panoramic view of the challenges caused by the COVID and the fast shift and the vivid change fiscal position after the crisis. And he mentioned clearly about some institutional strength divide between the emerging markets and the advanced countries. So we need to emphasize the strengthening institutional capacity for preparing future crises such as climate change and the other many the coming crises. Let's move on to the Korean case. Hyuna, floor is yours.
Thank you for a nice introduction about me, Professor Park, and also thanks for comprehensive presentation by Mr. Medas. And then I enjoyed your presentation. And also I appreciate for having me as a discussant at this 56th Asian Development Bank Annual Meeting today. Before I am presenting Korea's fiscal status, I would like to share Korea's economic overview very briefly. And also, Mr. Medas emphasized about the long-term consideration. I'm just focusing on our country's confronting aging as a demographic pressure. Okay, Korea was one of the fast-growing economy until 2009 in the economic crisis. And after that, Korean economy is still stable, even if growth rate has been decreased due to the global deflation. And nowadays, we are on just the very stable economic rate, but a little bit has been decreased right now. However, the tax burden is still relatively low when compared to national economic fundamental, but also other OECD peers. But one good thing is that the last 3 years, our tax burden is growing and growing. So nowadays, it is 22.1. And actually, the 2018, that was only 20. So it's a little bit the greater than the Japan and United States, and less than the OECD average. And then also the last picture shows that our fiscal balance, the Republic of Korea is the second rank in that, which means that the fiscal balance is getting better in the other Asian countries. However, our national debt level is very threatening right now. I'm sorry not to say that in English form that Korea is the fourth level, is the blue dot, black dot in the right axis means that denotes that the yearly increasing rate of national debt level. Korea is the fourth higher level, so, which means that the speed of the national debt is very threatening. Even though the national debt is 50%, that is very moderate level in comparison with advanced countries. However, the speed is very worse. And this is the midterm forecasting of the fiscal balance and national debt. This blue line is the 2020 forecast, and then the light green color is 21 forecasting, and this orange color means the 22 forecasting. So orange color, both the picture says that it's increasing right now. So nowadays it's a little bit getting better now, even though in the COVID-19 period. And also the the rapidly aging society and the confronting fiscal risk is a very big problem in our country. So because of the rising life expectancy and the lowest fertility rate make that our society is very aged and downturn of the economy. So the fertility rate is only 0.78 in this year. Last year, it was 0.84 in 2020. This rising old age dependence ratio will put unprecedented stress on the financing of social insurance, such as the public pension and national health insurance and long-term care and other things, and social security for the vulnerable people and low-income people. That is the mandatory spending is covered. So our aging speed is very fast because most country has confronted the same aging trend, but the speed is very bad. So Korea will suffer the most abrupt demographic still in the next 30 years. We expect that. So this is just for long-term forecasting by OECD in 2060. Around the 90% of the old dependent ratio in the 2060. Even in that is greater than the Japan. And also, this aging and slowing the potential growth affect the midterm debt level. So the right picture shows that the biggest bar is the Korea, the bar of the national debt level. That is the percentage point increase in GDP from 2021 to 2026. So that is a big difference, which means that we have expecting the larger debt national level. That is strongly related with our welfare spending. So left picture shows that in our countries, the very lower level of the public spending into the GDP level. So that is very strongly connected to that. So which means that we need more money to spend to the welfare welfare sector, which means that we may have a lot of the big debt level too. And also the aging issue, our confronting issue, and then we already have some income polarization, and then that requires the role of the government redistribution policies. So left picture shows that the relative poverty ratio in Gini coefficient from 1990 to 2008, we have two different measures to the Gini index, but just focusing on that the trend. So these two trends is growing up, which means that the income polarization is getting worse. And also the income share of top 1% in Korea and other countries, that is also on the middle. So the red line on the right picture is the China, and the light green is France, and that the orange color means the Japan. Korea is in the middle, light dark blue line, and that the light blue line is the United Kingdom, and the highest one is the United States, which means that Korea is in the middle of that income polarization right now. But I'm not so sure which is going to be the going down. So it may high probability to get the gain going up or going the status. So I think that income polarization is very one of the very confronting issue after the COVID-19 with the demographic issue. And also, regional disparity is also very challenging issue in our country. The right picture shows that Korea is the top over here, which means that the contribution of the capital city regions to the national GDP is around 50%. That is the highest in the OECD countries. Also, the share of the production is less than the population share, which means that the congestion effect is greater than the economy of scale effect. So that is we are very bad situation in here. So which means that the equalization transfer is very higher level to other countries, because we are very concentrated that we need to equalize that very big much of the money. So that is strongly related with that this equalization grant and the size of the equalization grant and the regional disparity level. And also, this is 2017 data with only 30 OECD countries right now. And then there is some relationship between the regional disparity and Gini coefficient. I don't have the strong empirical evidence about two variables, but we may say that there is some general tendency to some relationship between the regional disparity and Gini coefficient. But we are not so sure which is first to the cure of that, but there is some trend. And also, inequality level and tax burden to the GDP is the negative relationship is that here. So we may say that some Gini index and tax burden ratio is some relationship to that. So how may we have some policy direction and the following agenda to support the role of the government? This is just back to the 101 to public economics. And the first thing that to support the role of the government, to expanding the role of the government, we need the buffer. It means that we need more larger fiscal space. First thing, we have that loosening of the budget constraint. So in Korea, and local government and local education agencies have their own fixed rate of the grant level, which means that they have some soft budget. They don't have an independent money of size that. So we need to get some this loosening of the budget constraint first. And then we reform to mandatory spending and then more space for the discretionary spending. And the second thing is that the larger redistribution issue is very important in our country. But second thing is that the broadening by tax base, not just only increasing the tax, increasing the rate, the broadening tax base is first, then may we expect the more redistribution power. And also, the very important thing is the macroeconomic function of that, the automatic stabilizer by counter-cyclical fiscal management. We should do that of this one to get the effectiveness of sustainability of the policy. Actually, in the Dr. Meda's presentation, in that the counter-cyclical tendency in many countries, in the advanced and the low-income countries. Actually, last year we found that our country has some tendency of that, some pro-cyclical fiscal spending. So I think that this third one is very important with this macroeconomic function. And how to make this fiscal space to confront aiding and strengthening the role of the government to reduce the income polarization and the regional disparity. I may suggest that the sequencing is very important because many people we are just assume that getting more tax money and then the fiscal discipline is very important. But in our country, I think that the fiscal discipline first and then more tax is one of the procedures. So the tightening of the mandatory spending first, and then the broadening tax base and willingness to pay tax later would be following. Then bigger fiscal space, which means the discretionary spending for the welfare spending and associate spending and environmental spending, that would be the following. And also the means of the institutional control, which means that our midterm fiscal planning, that is very important thing. That would be some sequencing and some roadmap of that. The first thing is that the reform of the pension system under the worsening fiscal balance, such as aging society and low birth rate and any other things. And then the reform of the mandatory fiscal transfer to local government and local education agencies and the public spending part. And then the structural control of public expenditure, such as pay-go system, would be implemented. So these two sequencing and the means of the institutional control would be the measure to strengthen the role of the government. But we have some caveats. So political polarization would be an obstacle to reform of the fiscal management framework. Actually, there are a bunch of the empirical evidence between the strong relationship between the political polarization and the expansion of the fiscal size. So the political polarization and mandatory spend, there is very strong relationship. So we need to have some governance restructuring, governance reorganizing to get reduce the political polarization from this current government. Thank you. That's what I want to prepare. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent discussion, Hyuna. Actually, as you know, Korea is very dynamic. She mentioned not only the post-pandemic the challenges, but also some structural aging population and the polarization of the income inequality and wealth inequality as well. So the Korea needs some structural reform and some the fundamental the changes for policy arena. So we're gonna discuss later a little bit further about some governance, the change of Korea for tackling these structural issues. Thank you, Hyuna, again. And I'd like to invite the Andrew Blasey of OECD for your presentation, discussion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Park. It's a privilege to be here today and to join this session. I'd like to congratulate Paulo Medes on his excellent presentation and also for Dr. Kim for her insights in the previous presentations. Today I have just 3 short slides for you, so the emphasis will be on discussion rather than on the pictures in front of you. But let me start with just asking for the remote. So at the OECD we have a group called Senior Budget Officials, which represent the senior budget officials of every country that is part of the OECD. This represents a resource base and a basis for the observations I have here today. As part of this group, we also meet with Asian senior budget officials. Every year, 21 countries that help give a local characteristics to the observations that I'll make today. Now, we've already heard very clearly that average debt, public debt is increasing across OECD countries, across countries globally, and that budget responses to COVID-19 have increased both the size and complexity of public debt. And just on those two points, I mean, with OECD countries, that average increase from COVID-19 budget responses is around 8% of GDP. However, a greater percentage has been on public loans and guarantees to help retain access to lines of credit and to the viability of businesses. And it's from that increase of loans and guarantees that we talk about the complexity of public debt increasing as well. As it's not necessarily going to be the case that all loans are repaid or that guarantees won't be called upon, which not only means that there is a requirement to manage those obligations, but also that there could be a fiscal expense that has not yet been realised from the time when there was expenditure in response to COVID-19. Now, that has pushed, in terms of expenditure, that has pushed public debt up to over 110% of GDP for OECD countries, but it has also increased expenditure on average by 2.5% for those countries as well. So when we talk about temporary measures and targeted measures, we're actually seeing that the size of government has increased and has not yet returned back to 2019 levels. Now, the chart that we have here is intended to identify this point to you by pointing out the fact that the black circles are showing public debt levels in 2020 and that they are elevated in most instances from 2019. So therefore, it's showing the increase that has occurred in response to COVID-19. But what's poignant is the other measure there, the 2007 diamonds that are showing you where debt was pre the global financial crisis. So therefore, in the time from the global financial crisis through to pre-COVID, debt has increased substantially. So the increases in debt have not been a crisis phenomena, they have been a daily phenomena. They have been something that has steadily increased every year for the majority of governments, and that brings, I think, even sharper focus to the call for budget management systems that focus on fiscal sustainability in terms of the topic of this seminar. The headwinds to get there, though, are greater as we focus on fiscal challenges, both long-term and short-term, and the complexity that budgets are being managed. It means that the cost drivers for public expenditure differ from the cost of policy. And the point that I'm trying to articulate here is that while we can look at what is driving expense in terms of the volume, the variable expenditure versus the fixed cost, or we can look at how the efficiency of expenditure is increasing or reducing over time, it fundamentally also includes what the cost of the policy was to start with, and whether that policy remains affordable. It may multiply out by being applied to an ageing population and so therefore is a greater expense, but underpinning that are still the affordability of those policy settings and whether the policy settings need to be revisited as part of assuring fiscal sustainability. So when looking at ways to improve the budget management system, we ask, are the levers in the system effective and how well are governments using them? And doing this, we look at the budget institutions, the budgetary tools, and the budget innovations that are helping drive change to the system. Now, by budget institutions, I'm referring to roles and responsibilities, as budgets are a highly coordinated exercise. They touch every ministry and agency every year, and there are few mechanisms in government that do that. They are not something that is administered solely by the Ministry of Finance, and so therefore the clarity and the participation that occurs across governments impacts on the outcomes that are achieved from budgeting. Budgetary tools, we talk about methods and tools a lot in budgeting. It's amazing how much they are changing. A recent example is the extent to which governments are integrating climate change considerations into their budgets. This is about changing forecasting models to allow for differences that may be from a carbon tax if a country has a carbon tax, but could equally be from changes in behaviour on fuel excise or other components of the way in which revenue and expenditure comes together. It's the same thing as occurring in adapting fiscal risk frameworks to recognise that extreme weather events are changing the way in which risks are recognised, and also in cost-benefit analyses in terms of identifying the shadow cost of carbon-induced demand effects from changes to policy relating to carbon change. And we start seeing with those three examples that forecasting is giving a direction on what will change over time for budgeting. Cost-benefit analyses are relevant because budgets tend to be made one decision at a time, and risks because there is always a residual and a component that is not completely captured in any one budget. Governments and ministries of finance, central budget offices, from what we have seen, are adapting these tools. They are also undertaking innovations that go beyond just tools themselves. We see this in the way in which Korea and other countries are incorporating distribution analysis to look at the equity of outcomes in budgeting. See examples with the Philippines in building financial resilience to climate change by looking at the incentive effects across levels of government in the way in which that can have a budget impact for what is insured, self-insured, unmanaged in terms of insurance, and what would get realised in the event of an extreme weather incident. So when we talk about ways of improving the budget management system, at the OECD we use a framework called the Spending Better framework. It is by its name. It's by the OECD, it's a framework, and it focuses on spending better. But it does show you that these 10 elements have an interconnecting nature. They focus on decision-making that occurs because budgets are about decision-making and bringing together policy proposals, policy priorities. And with that, the focus for us is on the quality of these. Now, as you will have gathered from my previous slide, there is a lot of reform to budget systems that ministries of finance and governments are undertaking. And the reason for making this point is that to us it does not seem obvious that there is one single element that would correct fiscal sustainability, that it is an interconnected system and that ministries of finance are looking at it constantly. So, of interest is the number of governments that undertake reviews of economic assumptions. Is there systematic bias in the way in which forecasts are put together? The majority of OECD countries undertake spending reviews to look at baseline expenditure rather than just the marginal bias of a budget, but are reviewing them constantly. The OECD undertakes budget reviews to look at the budget system and has undertaken about 50 of these, many of them with countries more than once, because there is a tendency to go back and look at the lessons, look at the maturity effects, and to recognise that there is a constant effort of reform that is occurring across ministries of finance to try and address sustainability challenges. With these 10 points, we focus on the capacity to spend better through elements like informed decision-making, the openness and accessibility of budgets to consider all forms of expenditure, as well as transparency. And as a point mentioned earlier on budget oversight, which are really an institution that has come into its own from COVID-19, where budgeteers have realised that it is very useful to have someone else institutionally that cares about budgeting. And that's particularly important when you undertake an increase in budgeting at the rate of 10% of GDP, 8% of GDP, plus the balance sheet effects. All of these say that the essence to this session in its name of a budget management system is the word system. And thinking about this as an operating state rather than any one initiative that moves towards fiscal sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. As the senior budget officer's perspective, not only the budget, the expenditure, but also loans and guarantees can tackle the fiscal the crisis. But he emphasizes very clearly about the quality of the budget institution. Strength of the budget institution is quite significant for the preparing and making plans and framework for the response to the right way of these challenges. Let me introduce our final the panelist, Peter Morgan. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this very important session. I've heard recently that the IMF estimates that of the low-income countries globally, about 15% are already in debt distress, and another 45% are a high risk, so that it's certainly a very important topic. So I'll talk a little bit about stability criteria, looking at both the expenditure and revenue sides, fiscal and monetary policy coordination, debt management ex ante and ex post, and by ex ante I mean before one gets into trouble, and ex post after one gets into trouble, and then finally a bit about the role of multilateral institutions. So in terms of debt dynamics, of course, one of the key measures is the relationship between the GDP growth rate and the interest rate. If the GDP growth rate is higher than interest rate, you tend to move towards stability, and if not, then you don't. Now, as was mentioned earlier, that of course depends on the debt level, so that the interest rate might rise if debt levels are seen getting out of control. Certainly, maintaining a primary surplus is an important consideration, and another very important consideration is trying to promote own currency financing in the case of developing countries to try to avoid currency mismatches, which might worsen if the currency goes against one. And so I think there's an important incentive to try to develop domestic debt markets as opposed to being reliant on foreign currency financing. Looking at the expenditure management side, there's a need to increase the efficiency of countercyclical measures, trying to organize transfers through digital payments, and this was something that was raised in the previous session. Having on-the-shelf investment plans with high expected returns, and this was also mentioned earlier, replacing general subsidies with targeted income support programs. Also, there's a need to emphasize productive investment spending, and then, again, given that aging is an important consideration, if you're looking at health-related spending, try to implement increased efficiency, and also implement means testing and increasing co-payments. And then, of course, the key long-term issue that's been mentioned is response to aging populations, which is a major concern in many Asian countries. And so when we want to see a shift from benefit to defined contribution plans, and also of the replacement ratio and increase in the retirement age. On the revenue, I think it's important that countries should try to focus on administrative measures to increase tax collection efficiency rather than raising tax rates. And there was a very interesting study in Indonesia recently by Basri, Felix Hanna, and Olken, and they found that if Indonesia moved the top regional firms from the regular taxpayer offices to the medium taxpayer offices with high staff to taxpayer ratios, tax revenue would be more than doubled. That's quite an important finding. And they also estimate an elasticity of taxable income of 0.59, and they estimate that improved tax administration is equivalent to raising rates on affected firms by about 8 percentage points. So I think this is an area which certainly needs to be investigated further. Now, looking at fiscal policy, monetary policy coordination. Next slide, please. Okay. The fiscal policy, as mentioned, can support price stability targets of central banks, although, of course, monetary policy should play the same role. However, I think that overt government debt monetization by the central bank does run the risk of sparking high inflation, and this should be distinguished from quantitative easing policies. I mean, this has been sort of popularized under the new monetary policy theory, but I suspect that there are certain limitations that higher inflation would certainly become a risk. Now, going on to debt management. Next slide, please. First, it's very important to aim for credibility with markets. One wants to avoid surprises. Markets don't like surprises. So there should be maturity management to avoid bunching of rollovers. There's a great need for transparency, which has been mentioned previously. Hidden debts and contingent liabilities are also things one wants to avoid. There should be a focus on financing productive investment and also establishment of debt management offices and also independent councils. Another area which hasn't been discussed so much is innovative financing. For example, state contingent sovereign debt instruments, or SCDIs, are being looked at. So these are contractual debt service obligations which are tied to a predefined state variable, such as a GDP growth, exports, or commodity prices, and they're designed precisely to alleviate pressure on sovereign debt and our financing needs when there's a bad state of the world, such as a pandemic or other kind of natural disaster. And they provide additional creditor compensation at good times and debtor relief in bad times. Now, in terms of the ex post debt management, if a country does get into trouble, I think the first point is that preemptive debt structuring is probably better than restructuring after default. The more you put off restructuring, that can result in larger economic losses. And of course, that's going to be negative both for that country and for global trade and growth. Debt for equity or debt for nature swaps could also be included in a debt structuring package. And then finally, on the role of multilateral institutions. Next slide, please. On the ex-ante side, they can provide support for digitalization of government services, and that again goes back to some of the discussion in the previous session. They should support capacity building in fiscal management in developing countries, support development of domestic currency bond markets, and promote blended finance so that that can bring in potentially more financing from the private sector. Ex post, I think perhaps most importantly, they should develop a functional framework for debt resolution, as the current system does not seem to be working. There are a number of countries which are basically in limbo now because of the debt resolution is not progressing. Such a framework would need to be supported by an effective global and regional architecture which defines principles of debt sharing burdens and offers a negotiating platform. And of course, deciding on principles will be critical for this and future debt crises. And this is important because any delay of debt resolution simply worsens the growth outlook for that country and for global growth as a whole. So let me stop there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. He gave us some insightful lessons of the resilience of the public finance management, from the expenditure, revenue to debt management. He showed us some global experience as an international organization perspective for the resilience. Actually, as a moderator, I have to keep our time of our session is the 5 minutes left. But I asked our panelists about two very small questions, but it's not small. Actually, it is big. The time and pace of the fiscal consolidation's effectiveness. It depends upon the individual country's context, the economic and political. But anyhow, what thought can be possible about the pace and the time of fiscal consolidation. The second the question is about some political feasibility and the political adaptability of this fiscal consolidation, because there are huge resistance from the population and some populism for the expenditure and very the huge the resistance from the population for the increased revenue in many countries. So please let us have some the insightful the thought about these two things on the panelists. Who's gonna be the first? Please.
Thank you. Just some quick comments. So fiscal consolidations are always difficult to do. It's a reality. They are easier to do when you have periods of high growth. So this is part why we argue during good times is the moment to do them, so that you build a buffer, so can use the space to respond to crisis. If you don't build these buffers, if you don't do the consolidations during the good times, you could end up with a debt crisis when you are hit by economic shock, and then you're going to have a very disruptive fiscal consolidation. So it's better to do it when of course the economy is it's stronger. But sometimes countries don't have a choice. What we advise is that if you have a good medium-term plan that is credible, where you announce the measures, you can do it a bit more gradual as long as it is credible with the investors, with the market. So a lot of transparency and commitment to very specific measures may buy you time with the markets. And one of the tools some countries use to address a bit the political economy problem is also using fiscal rules. So basically, you tell the people, you have to explain why it's important, fiscal responsibility, and then you use fiscal rules to create a commitment mechanism to the public in general, but also to the markets that would guide the discussions in Congress or in the government and the need to guide the fiscal adjustment. But it is a difficult process.
All right. Any other? Yeah, Fiona, please.
Yeah, I think also fiscal consolidation is very difficult issue, and also there is no clear answer to this issue. But in the presentation, I mentioned about the fiscal discipline instead of the fiscal rule. I think that discipline include the more broad the topic of the fiscal rule. And the second thing is we need more money, which means more revenue. But in the presentation, the discussion emphasize of some tax collection issue, not just about increasing tax rate, and there also we need more broadening tax base, and that these two are the very textbook answers. But I think that the confronting aging issue, something is very dynamic and very demographic, is very threatening to reduce this fiscal consolidation, threatening the fiscal consolidation. But I think there is no clear answer about that. For example, to cope with the fertility rate, current government is preparing some kind of the more inclusive to the immigrant people and extend the retirement age. And some have some more the support to that the career break woman, something like that. So this very tiny and small policy, which means that makes our society more inclusive and more getting as a partner to the Prime Ministry with the budget office, that makes we have that kind of the more inclusive society, that we have more the tax collected a lot. So I think that we need some time to update that, but there is we have more all of the parties are working that we may have that fiscal consolidation in the country, but in other ADB members are the same situation, I think.
Hannah, and you?
I think it's a very poetic understatement to say that consolidation is difficult, because we would all agree. However, it is interesting because when we look at COVID-19, very few countries were able to draw on reserves. They needed to borrow. Very few countries did any sort of reallocation of expenditure to any meaningful degree. And so therefore the range of tools that were available in response to COVID-19 were quite limited in terms of raising debt, in terms of the composition of it. And yet, when looking out from COVID-19, it's interesting how many cases there are when policy settings change or become dated. And that may be because the purpose of subsidies and tax expenditures, the way in which they were set in a fossil fuel sector, are no longer aligned to a carbon climate mitigation strategy or another policy objective that's come along and provides an opportunity to reset. And it's not necessarily about the fact that it will have an impact on the fiscals. It will have an impact on the fiscals, maybe yes, but it's being done for a policy objective that is broader in terms of taking us back to the fact that budgeting is a means to an end. We want it within boundaries, but we also want these other policy goals achieved at the same time. And so therefore, would say that when we're talking about policy settings, we're never talking about just one, and that governments have a range of strategies, and when they're wanting to undertake reform, it tends to be in the guise of an action plan or a roadmap that gives them multiple ways of responding rather than putting weight on any one instrument.
Thank you, Andrew. Peter?
Just to say that I would agree with the previous comment that in terms of the timing of reform, it's more an issue of the conditions, that reform should be carried out when times are good. I mean, a good example of that was when, for example, when oil prices fell, that would be a good time to reduce the oil price subsidies that certain countries like Indonesia had, switching to other kinds of support mechanisms, so that one has to take a kind of a tactical view on some of these things. Otherwise, if one doesn't, then one's hand is going to be forced when it's too late.
Thank you very much. As the closing the remark and the wrapping up, I would like to thank all the distinguished the panelists and the presenter, and all the flowers, the guests and the participants. I would like to mention two things for emphasis of the sound fiscal management and the prudent the fiscal the policies. Early and the regular engagement with key stakeholders can help not only implement a fiscal consolidation program, but also improve very quality of the program design.
And second, the fiscal consolidation program should include well-integrated structural reform and capacity development, support strengthening fiscal institutions, including the Central Budget Office. Such reform support raising revenue and improving the efficiency of expenditure, especially when fiscal space is limited and over the medium term. Thank you very much for your attending. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that moderating, and thank you for your presentation as well. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the Korea Seminar Day. Once again, thank you very much for your patience. And ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to your support until the very end of our ADB annual meeting. We do have some programs left for you. So please show your active participation and great interest. Thank you very much, and goodbye. Thank you.